Holy Emmanuel, Haile
Selassie.
Selassie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rastafari.
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 Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for life and the life giver. I will bring thee from the east and gather thee from the west, saith the Lord. I will say to the north, I will say to the south, keep not back. Send my daughters from afar, from the ends of the earth, all them and those who are called by my name. For they are blessed and chosen, said the Black Christ. Selassie, Jah, Rasta. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. Like the precious ointment upon our head and went down onto our beard, even Aaron's beard and went down onto the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew descend upon the mountain of Zion. So may the Lord commanded his majesty, blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign in the heart of our flesh. How thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. To the work, there is room for all. And the kingdom of error is most far. And the name Jehovah exalted shall be, while we herald the tidings, salvation is free. Salvation, God, Jah Rastafari, Sila, King Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Majesty bless my Lord and Empress. Welcome to another day of reasoning. Give thanks for the ABIC Council of Elders coming together, fellowshipping with one another, reading ourselves to the right. So we glorify and give thanks to all those who are present and all who make it a point of duty to come together this morning and every morning. So we call up Honorable Empress Miriam now to line us with a royal chorus to put the right meditation in place. Majesty bless Honorable Empress Macy.
Oh, give thanks, Royal Chair. Give thanks, Honorable. And as I say, blessed love to the Royal Councils of Elders family. Give thanks, for the Sabbath going by. And give thanks for the first day of the week, Honorable. Give thanks to Jah Rastafari. for his loving kindness and his guidance and protection as we go from day to day through Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
So, Majesty, this the opening chorus for today. The meeting is
What a wonderful thing.
wonderful. Yes, my Lord. Oh, what a wonderful day. How very wonderful day to be free from sin and of Christ within, just to be a volunteer for niggas, my Lord. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful thing. Yes, what a wonderful thing. A very wonderful thing. Oh, to be free from sin and of cry waiting, just to be a volunteer for niggas, my Lord. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful thing. Yes, just a wonderful thing. A very wonderful thing. To be free from sin and of Christ waiting, just to be a volunteer for niggas, my Lord. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful thing. In a holy Mount Zion, Zion, Zion high, Lord, holy Mount Zion. Zion, Jovia, Jah.
Yeah. Rastafari.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love to the chair.
Majesty bless Honorable Empress Maisie with the
Yes,
golden
sir.
voice. I love your
My
range, how you go from octave and tenor, and we love up and down. Yes, it makes you feel nice. I need a card on the Honorable CFO and our royal brethren, Honorable Priest Nappy, to give us a word of welcome, my Lord,
My
Majesty.
Lord and Majesty can guide him here, I.
Loud and
Oh, yes,
clear.
great.
Yes,
All right,
please.
glorify and give thanks. That's sometimes the unmute button. Yes, give thanks once more, family, where we come to sit, reason, and discuss things. We don't come to argue. 'Cause argument, as we say, only determine who is right. Discussion determine what is right. And that is what I and I here. I and I here seek the truth. So we give thanks to each and every one. We sit together and we can reason it out and get a clear understanding of all of the issues that we need to overcome, and we work on them diligently and keep putting them away one by one until we reach upon a better plane, So give thanks for each and every one to come sit with us at this moment, and we're going to reason as brother and sister, And at the end of the day, the man say, my beloved son and daughter in whom I'm well pleased, So, well, I'm pleased the Father and Mother of creation continually. So, let us do this work with an upright heart, with understanding. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Blessed.
Honorable,
Heart of love.
Honorable Priest, to give thanks. And we get a call on the Honorable Royal Tech for a word of inspiration. Majesty bless. Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for life. Give thanks
Blessed.
for this day. Give thanks to the Honorable Chairman and Co-Chairman at this time, Priest Nappy filling in, Honorable Priest Ainsley, and for all ones, blessed love, Honorable Empress Mariam. and all royal
Blessed
goddesses
Lord.
on words of
Honorable.
words of inspiration comes from The Acts of Faith by Ayanla Van Zandt. Help your friends with the things that you know, for you know these things by grace. At a time when unity is so desperately needed, it is significantly lacking. Misunderstandings about basic philosophical differences place people on opposite poles. Competition for perceived limited resources separate people along racial, social, and gender lines. The need to be right and feel supported separates us from those who hold different views and opinions. Our internal obstacles and external oppositions create a debilitating conflict and limit the coming together of the people of the world. If each of us would take the time to examine our feelings, we would see that they are right too. The nature, experiences, and perceptions of individuals help mold the ideals they hold. If we could remember and respect this right for everyone, we could avoid open confrontations. There are so many cases and issues in the world and so many ways to approach them. It is unlikely we will all agree on one way. Unity does not mean we will all believe in or do the same thing. It means we will agree to do something without battling over how and why. All roads lead to the end. Reflection of the day. Imagine a conversation with someone you disagree with. How can you dig deep enough to find common ground? My Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless, Honorable Empress. Give thanks for that inspirational word. That it was not coincidental, but the unity of meditation, that is exactly what I was looking at first day. Faith and what faith entails. And it demands a particular behavior, it demands a particular communication if we are really true to our faith. So we give thanks, Empress, for that connection. And you can go ahead with the roll call for this day, Honorable Royal Empress Trisha.
Roll call for the EABIC Council of Elders, June 29th, 2025, 12:37 p.m. U.S., Jamaica, 11:37 a.m. Honorable Priest Imesley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Napi.
Atalo.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present.
Honorable Priest Earl.
One perfect love, royal family.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Present, royal family, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Seven.
My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Honorable Priest Germain.
Love my Lord and Empress. Give thanks be it another day.
Honorable Priest Ilamna.
Blessed love the royal.
Honorable Prophet Okito. Honorable Empress Miriam.
Oh, blessed love, Royal Empress, give thanks.
Honorable Empress Cindy.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, present.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love, royal family, blessed.
And myself, Honorable Empress Trisha. Please let the records reflect that at the beginning of today's meeting that there are 13 members present, my Lord and Empress, and back to the chair.
Majesty bless. Give thanks for the blessed 13. Even the prophecy them show we are the 12 disciples and the one empress who them try leave out. So glorify for the royal 13 And moving forward, me like to get a update on the elder care program and to encourage donations and help, you know, for our royal elders in need of care. We have T-shirts that can be purchased, and these proceedings will go towards the elder care. Also today is WFLL fundraiser, Women Freedom Liberation League fundraiser in Trinidad. Will be a dinner, royal dinner will be made, and we ask for $20 donation to help feed any elders or youths while we are on this procedure. Blessed love.
And it's called, family, it's an original, so it's called a Rasta Q.
Rasta Q. Yeah, we know Bobby. We Rasta. Yes, I. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. So, continue moving forward.
Do we have any, to the chair, do we have any word on the elder care program on any of the elders at this time? Honorable Priest Earl or Honorable Empress Miriam? Any updates?
Speak, Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, royal family, one perfect love.
Thanks.
Yes, well, I still did get a little finance, a little $50 for, straighten the honorable priest Taffa, so, we still on his program, so we know that he need a martyr, and we know that he need a little blender. But we have all of the herbs them that are around him, not for the blender, but for the martyr, because these type of herbs, if you don't know what you're doing, you put it in a blender and it mash up in a week, But the martyr are the right way to go. So we're going to get him a little martyr there. I get a little $20 also for the Honorable Empress Bev. I asked her yesterday on the Sabbath if I could give her. Because I have to ask first. I don't want to, violate any laws, what I mean? Because, say Bubba kind of strict, but so I'm going away, she's a glorified, Will I give her, Prophet Uncle Joe is there still, we are healing and need a little strength and need to move from the gatehouse right where he is at the moment. I think I'm overdue there because that little area is also for, when I want to come in and you could have secure your bag. So, I think the next move is to get him from the gatehouse and, what I mean, put him, in the place that the Honorable Priest Pablo was. Well, Priest Clive now, the strong year, I think so them go and do what you call the thing, the scan? Yeah, something like that. So, in the strong year, them went and go and do that. So, more information on that. Yes, my Lord and Empress, but we are moving along, Empress Miriam.
Yes.
You have anything to add?
Give thanks. Yes, Honorable Priest, I just give thanks. I just want to say to the royal family, that supporting the elder care is very important. It is important because our elders who don't have anyone, who leave their home and family when they were young, right, and did not secure anything because they did not know at this time that they would be here. They thought that, they would gone home free from the West. But unfortunately, we are still here. And so, they are getting held and sickness, which no one buys sickness. It does happen, right? So supporting the elder care royal family is very important. I know things on time is very hard, but whatever we can do, let us do it. right? And to support and to give thanks, you know, because they do need the strength, you know, need medicine, they need every little thing to make them comfortable because they work very hard, you know, when they could. So I'm just supporting the elder care project, my Lord and Empress, you know, and it is very important. All right, give thanks. I have nothing more to add. What Priest Earl said is just that at this time, until further notice, I give thanks, my Lord, for these few words. Be glorified.
Through the chair.
Honorable Empress, Majesty bless, my Lord.
Yeah, just want to say on that note, I supposed to send down a barrel this week coming, you know, and I can put what me, you know, I can look for a blender if that's where the honorable priest need. I can try see if I can get a blender.
Yes,
So,
that would be nice.
yeah, so we can talk some more differently. You know, if there's a need for Jack Live, I think I have some the underpants them for honorable Anki Joe, Prophet Anki Joe. So, you know, the disposable one them. So if him need that, they have some. I can send them some of that too, you know. So by about Tuesday, Wednesday, I think I want to send it out. So
Yeah,
we can talk some more family differently about, you know,
yeah, I'll
where
give
we
you a
can
call,
squeeze in
please.
there.
Yeah, I'll give you a
But
little call.
but I would think that, and I want to stay upon a meditation. Would I like to set the marijuana industry in a Jamaica right now in a way where it can support our elder care program?
Mhm.
If we set that thing properly, have ones accountable and have all the ones then we need to go to and pick up and whatever it is, I think that the elders them who've been in this Congress for how long and put in them service, I think say with this freedom that we supposed that the church get when they come to the marijuana, I think that they can be compensated from those funds. So I want we start stay on the line there and we'll try our best to structure it in a way where it can come to fruition. You know, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest, thank
Through,
for that
through
word
the
and
chair, Honorable Priest Brown send greetings to the loved ones.
blessed love, Honorable Priest Brown, my Lord.
Greetings, Priest Brown. Welcome.
But I
Yeah,
love Mama.
and I give thanks, Rastafari. And I give thanks for that word, Priest Nappy. And I do believe on the ground things are beginning to manifest itself. So as I say, we will step on that meditation to see if we can get some fulfillment from such. Honorable Priest Dougie, I saw you put on a voice note this morning. Who is that, brethren?
Honorable Priest Tony.
Priest who?
Honorable Priest Tony.
Oh, Priest Tani. Okay, okay. Never recognize him voice. All right. Give thanks for that word, that meditate, that word, my lad. And we continuing. We have initiative going. EABIC Council of Elder Teach Sale, small, medium, large, 25 US, and for 2 extra large, 35 US. Honorable Priest Knuckles and Honorable Empress Trisha can be contacted for any transactions concerning the t-shirts. And as we say, we are trying to depend on ourselves and what initiatives we can do to help provide the funds that we need. So we're not begging no one. We are do works, but at the same time, we are calling on ones to strengthen and support our initiatives. My Lord and Majesty. Moving forward with the program today, today's theme, Bringing Africa to the World, Part 2, Democratic Republic of Congo. My Lord and Empress. And again, do stay hydrated, because we know how the weather is, even though Trinidad have enough rain. And make sure and have your and have your book and pencil You lost everything to the little brains, get the brains a little. My father always say, get your brains are relax. Take up, write it down. Get the brains at ease. So we do give thanks for such reminders, my Lord and Empress. Moving forward with our agenda for today, my Lord, Honorable Priest Rasavana, you can read up with the intro, my Lord. Majesty bless.
Blessed love Royal Council, blessed love Royal family, near and far. All protocols observed. Yeah, we glorify all the settings of the Congress, you know, from the founder, our father, you know, right down to I and I, you know, the disciples, the sons and daughters. Yeah, we honor our banner, the red, gold, and green, with all the symbols and the red, black, and green. Yeah, we honor the order of priests. We honor the Royal WFLL, the Women's Freedom Liberation League. All protocols observed. This morning, the Council will be presenting Africa to the world, looking at it from a different perspective from how we were taught, you know, the propaganda and the mindset of how the Western world has taught us to think. Yeah, we are going forward to the Ethiopian spectacle to look at, you know, our tradition. And I will continue. The history of the area known as the Congo, Zaire, or Democratic Republic of the Congo, is one of the dark spots in the history of the world. It was a period when the dominant traits of the Caucasian race threatened the world. These predatory nature expressed by reptilian behavioral patterns were what formed the socio-geopolitical basis for the cataclysmic reaction that was World War I. The European insatiable lust for world dominance created an historical track record, starting as early as the Copper Age, in and around 4500 to 3300 BCE, meaning before Christ. Skeleton evidence found with violent damage paints a very violent era. Then again, in the Bronze Age, around 1500 to 400 BCE, another spike in extreme violence took place. Things took a lull until 1st century AD, around 1096 AD, with the Holy Wars or Crusades, wherein zealots used violence in religious proselytizing of the indigenous people. A Belgian barbarian, King Leopold II, the instigator of the Berlin Conference of 1884, had his sights set on wealth and fortune, which he decided to harvest from the African continent. Leopold sent scavengers to scour the area known today as Angola and Congo. Leopold and his mercenaries rained terror on the simple inhabitants of those regions, leaving a legacy of disfigured and disabled people. We will now take a look at what led to centuries of violence and destabilization as the journey begins. We continue.
Forest, nestled in the heart of Central Africa, boasts a reputation as one of the most significant and vibrant ecosystems on our planet. This diverse sanctuary not only nurtures countless unique species, but also functions as a global ecosystem regulator and livelihood for millions of people inhabiting it for generations. The rainforest envelops 6 Central African nations: Cameroon, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and the Republic of Congo. The rainforest also hosts the second longest river in Africa, the Congo River. It has a unique geography which includes rivers, savannas, swamps, and flooded forests. Different sections of this spectacular landscape give rise to distinct ecosystems, making it a platter full of life. When talking about its wildlife and biodiversity, from forest elephants to gorillas, bonobos to buffalo, this biogeographic oasis fosters an incredible array of terrestrial and aquatic species. Among them are several endangered ones like the mountain gorillas and white rhinoceros, whose survival now hangs in delicate balance owing to human activities. Sadly, many species in the Congo rainforest are endangered due to habitat loss, poaching, and other human activities. Some of the most critically endangered species include the Grauer's gorilla, which has seen a 77% decline in population over the last 20 years, and the okapi, threatened by habitat loss and hunting. Other endangered species include the chimpanzee, forest elephant, and the Congo peafowl. Let's delve deeper into the human perspective of the Congo rainforest. This biodiversity wonderland serves not only as a sanctuary for a plethora of plants and animals, but also as a vibrant home to hundreds of ethnic communities. These ethnic groups, the esteemed custodians of an ancestral hunter-gatherer way of life, reside with non-indigenous populations. Through their millennia of harmonious coexistence with nature, they provide invaluable lessons on sustainable living strategies, deriving their livelihood predominantly from the but. This delicate balance is teetering on the brink of disruption. The escalating demands of the population, burgeoning road networks, and relentless logging activities exert immense pressure on the rainforest. It's a ticking clock as we scramble to safeguard this invaluable ecosystem. On that front, organizations like WWF work relentlessly toward protection and sustainable use of resources, ensuring that despite adversities faced, Congo Basin's forests flourish as colossal reservoirs offering improved livelihood opportunities and preserving that rare balance between humans and nature. The goal is to foster development while preserving this unique heritage so future generations can inherit a thriving, vibrant Congo rainforest. The preservation efforts being necessitated by threats from illegal hunting, deforestation, and climate change are turning the tide. Remember, the Congo rainforest is not just a remote, exotic location on a map. It's a vital part of our world's ecosystem, contributing to the air we breathe and the climate we all share. So let's do our part to protect it, one small action at a time.
Thank you for watching the video. For more interesting
invaluable information. Sometimes things we take for granted, and we are so caught up in our personal space, in our personal situation, that situations out here that affect all of us are overlooked. That rainforest there, as we will into, we will learn much more about as we go along in the program. We will see how valuable it is to global existence, not just to Africa or African people.
Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord. My glory. Yeah, so we see as the Honorable say, just how important it is, just make the whole world, it's small, because we are connected. And we see, even the other day with the pandemic, how much the world could affect each other. So that was just in a sickness. So, yes, so we continue with the program moving forward, the Congo. Majesty. The history of the Congo is marked by pre-colonial kingdoms, European colonization, independent struggles, and periods of political instability. The region encompassing both the Republic of the Congo and the Democratic Republic of the Congo has seen the rise and fall of powerful empires, the brutality of colonial rule, and the challenges of post-colonial state building. Pre-colonial era and the early inhabitants. The region was populated as early as 90,000 years ago, with evidence of settlement and tools found from the Middle Stone Age. Congo Kingdom, a significant pre-colonial state. The Congo Kingdom flourished for around 500 years, controlling parts of present-day Angola, the Republic of Congo, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kumba Federation, another notable state. The Kumba Federation emerged in what is now southern DRC, lasting until 1910. First contact with Europeans. The Portuguese arrived in the late 15th century, establishing contact with the Congo Kingdom. Colonial era and Congo Free State. In 1885, King Leopold II of Belgium declared the territory of the future Democratic Republic of Congo his personal property, Congo Free State, leading to brutal exploitation and human rights abuses. Belgium, Congo. Following the international outcry, the Congo Free State became a Belgium Congo in 1908. French Equatorial Africa. The Republic of the Congo was colonialized by France and incorporated to French Equatorial Africa. Independence post-colonial era. Both the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Congo gained independence in 19. Majesty. Blessed. Okay, is that it, Empress?
Continue reading.
The Republic of the Congo. The Republic of the Congo experienced a period of Marxist-Leninist rule, People's Republic of the Congo, from 1969 to 1992. Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly Zaire, has faced periods of political instability, including the rule of Mobutu Seko, civil wars, and ongoing conflict. Current situation. The Democratic Republic of Congo continues to grapple with issues of governance, conflict, and humanitarian concerns. To be continued, my Lord and Empress. And we continue with Honorable Priest Evans. Pygmy, my Lord.
My Lord and Empress. Yes, thanks. The Pygmy. The earliest inhabitants of the Congo region were Pygmy forest people, who are thought to have been in the area for tens and thousands of years. Later, around 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, Bantu peoples migrated into the region from West Africa, specifically from the area of present-day Nigeria and Cameroon. Pygmy forest peoples. These hunter-gatherers are considered the first inhabitants and are known for their traditional knowledge of the forest and its resources. They are often referred to as pygmies, a term that has historical and anthropological significance. Bantu expansion. The Bantu migration brought agricultural practices and ironworking skills to the region, leading to the development of various kingdoms and societies, such as the Kingdom of Congo and the Luba and Lunda empires. Kingdoms and empires. The Congo Kingdom, for example, emerged around the mouth of the Congo River and flourished for centuries. Other powerful entities like the Lumba and Lunda empires rose in the central and eastern parts of the region. The Pygmy Forest people of the Congo, also known as African Pygmies, have a long history as hunter-gatherers and traders within the Central African forest, rainforest. They are believed to be descended from the original inhabitants of the region, with their history intertwined with migrations and other groups, including the Bantu. Today, they continue to live in the forests, maintaining a semi-nomadic lifestyle and engaging in trade with neighboring Bantu communities. Ancient inhabitants. Pygmy peoples are thought to be descended from the original inhabitants of Central Africa, with their presence in the region predating the arrival of other groups like the Bantu, possible ancestry. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancestors were among the first modern humans to populate Central Africa, potentially dating back to the Middle Stone Age. Genetic studies. Research indicates that pygmy groups likely originated from a single, relatively small population that split off from other groups between 50,000 and 90,000 years ago, according to a study published in Science, AAAS. Foraging and trade. Most pygmy groups today combine foraging for food and other resources with trade, indicating a mixed substance.
Subsistence.
All right. Yeah, subsistence strategy. Semi-nomadic lifestyle. Pygmy groups continue to be semi-nomadic, moving their camps based on the availability of resources and hunting grounds. Forest dependence. They maintain a close connection to the rainforest, relying on it for food, shelter, and materials. Modern challenges. Pygmy communities face challenges such as habitat loss due to deforestation, discrimination from other groups, and the impact of modern diseases. Growing demand for resources. The demand for bushmeat and timber from the forest has increased, sometimes leading to over-exploitation and disruption of traditional hunting and gathering practices. To be continued, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord, give thanks and every priest 7. And every priest Nappy, Majesty bless. Yes, Honorable Priest Nappy. Are you? Pygmy continued. All right, seeing that the priest like he's not close to his phone, I will continue reading. Pygmy peoples of the Congo primarily rely on their intimate knowledge of the forest and its resources for defense rather than traditional warfare tactics. Defense is interwoven with their culture and way of life, which is deeply connected to the forest. Here a breakdown of their defensive strategies. Forest knowledge and stealth, intimate knowledge of the forest. They possess extensive knowledge of the forest, terrain, vegetation, and wildlife, allowing them to navigate it with ease and potentially evade or ambush enemies. Camouflage and stealth. Their hunter-gatherer lifestyle and familiarity with the forest enable them to move silently and blend into their surroundings, making them difficult to detect. Two, resource management and hunting skills. They are skill hunters. Yes, Honorable Priest, you can pick it up from there.
Yes, all right. Yes, my lord. I've been hearing, but I just could not get the phone on the proper. So continue reading.
All right.
Resource management and hunting skills. They are skilled hunters using bows and arrows, nets, and other tools to secure food and defend themselves if necessary. The Barker people, for example, are known for their net hunting techniques, gathering and foraging. Their ability to gather food and other resources from the forest ensures they can sustain themselves, even in times of conflict or displacement. Social structure and cooperation, small mobile groups. Their nomadic or semi-nomadic lifestyle in small, closely knit groups makes them less vulnerable to large-scale attacks and allow for rapid movement and dispersal, cooperation and communication. Pygmy communities rely on strong social bonds and communication within their groups for mutual support and defense. Limited traditional warfare, absence of large-scale conflict. While disputes and occasional conflicts can occur between clans or with other groups, large-scale warfare is not a common feature of their way of life. Defensive posture. Their defensive strategies are more focused on avoiding conflict and protecting their territory and resources through stealth, knowledge, and cooperation. Adaptation to the environment, small stature. Their short stature, while sometimes seen as a disadvantage, can be an advantage in navigating the dense undergrowth and maneuvering in tight spaces, making them harder to track. Environmental and adaptations. Their physical adaptation to the rainforest environment, such as heat tolerance and agility, contribute to their ability to survive and defend themselves in their habitat. In essence, The pygmy defense is deeply rooted in their intimate relationship with the forest, their skills in hunting and gathering, their social structures, and their ability to adapt to their environment. To be continued, the video, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, my lord.
My little piece of the pygmy history. I don't know, I can be stand to correct it, but I saw in certain documents pygmy is the own. Go ahead. I'll bring that up later. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, priest. Go ahead, priest.
Oh, I was saying that in the pygmy grouping, I saw where it's the only South African people who I saw burn chalice. Just like how we chalice was. Instead of they using a coconut, they use a calabash. But the same technique, yeah, pygmy them, I see that in them. It's just a little side note. Continue, Empress, with the video. Bless them. Yes, we can continue with the video now.
Go ahead. You say something. Give me 2 minutes.
So, and as we waited on the video, we also saw that Africa was never the warmongers. As when you look at the history of Europe, you know, we had disputes and these things with the normal human beings, but did the white scale brutality to one to another. It was never an African thing. It was always a European white world sitting. This large scale war, you know, and then that whole class with, you know, the atrocities that come with war, you know, the rape, you know, the burning of things, you know, dismantling and disrupting people, you know. So we saw that those kind of behavior is strictly European as we even see it today. So we still await on the video. I believe it's coming up right now. Continue, Empress. Blessed love.
The Pygmy peoples are a very ancient ethnic group of Central Africa. They identify themselves as the forest peoples. They live in intimate connection and knowledge of nature, from where they source all they need, leaving enough for the ecological system to regenerate and for the other species to continue to thrive. Traditionally, they construct them shelters by leaving together local natural materials such as wood, bamboo, and leaves. They cover the habitations with overlapping rows of white leaves to prevent the weather from wetting the interior. The Pygmy peoples have been the guardians of the rainforest for millennia, but today their culture is disappearing with the destruction of their habitat, the rainforest. Expelled from the forest that has been privatized, pygmies have an uncertain future. They have been forced to sedentary lifestyle, with access to basic social services such as education, accommodations, fresh water and healthcare. They are relocated on roadside settlements, facing discrimination and rejection due to their cultural and social difference. Children are responsible for water harvesting and transportation. They swim, wash, cook, go to toilet, drink in the same stream water. Moreover, being engaged on those tasks, children cannot attend school to be educated. Today, pygmies live in improvised shelters, lacking the most basic hygienic conditions. They are made using inappropriate, unsafe and toxic construction materials such as garbage plastic sheets and some wooden sticks. They live in camps where bacteria, viruses and mosquitoes proliferate, resulting in health issues such as cholera, diarrhea and malaria. This is the cause of the increased mortality rate, especially on young children. Moreover, the tourists, advised by the local unofficial guides visiting them, are polluting the pygmy by remunerating them with gin, whiskey and cigarettes. This brings to another big problem pygmies are facing, the dependence on drugs and alcohol. Despite the dramatic situation, they haven't lost their smile and the envy to sing, play and dance their traditional music. Fortunately, the cultural identity of the ancient pygmy peoples has not been completely erased yet.
Mais un jour, un monsieur était arrivé nous rendre visite. Il nous a raconté une belle histoire. Avant de partir, il nous a fait une promesse. Et ceci, c'est son histoire.
Majesty bless. Rastafari. Give thanks for our ancestors, and give thanks for their survival skills. And we continue with the program. Honorable Empress Cindy, Majesty, blessed love.
Blessed love. The Congolese Empire is not a widely recognized or historically established term for a specific empire in Central Africa. However, the region encompassing modern-day Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo was home to several powerful kingdoms with notable warrior queens. Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and Mataba is a prominent example, renowned for her resistance against Portuguese colonization and her strategic military and diplomatic skills. Additionally, Queen Adia of Benin, while not strictly part of the Congolese Empire, was a powerful military leader who played a key role in the Benin Kingdom's expansion and is celebrated for her bravery and strategic acumen. Here's a more detailed look at the queens, Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and Mataba. Nzinga, also known as Njinga, was a 17th century ruler of the Ndongo and Mataba kingdoms in present-day Angola. She is celebrated for her fierce resistance against Portuguese colonial expansion and the slave trade. Nzinga employed military tactics, diplomacy, and strategic alliances to defend her kingdoms. She is remembered for her intelligence, political acumen, and military leadership. Folklore has Nzinga as being the cultural continuity of the spirit of Nyabingi, a spirit of the ancestors invoked during a divination ceremony, as African people were in preparation for defense against European invasion. It is said that the spirit of Queen Nyabingi rose in Nzinga, who continued the tradition known as the Secret Order of Nyabingi. Queen Adia of Benin. Queen Adia was the mother of Oba, king, Esiji of the Benin Kingdom. She played a crucial role in the kingdom's military campaigns and was known for her bravery and strategic thinking. She led armies into battle and is often depicted wearing a stylized ivory mask that symbolizes her power and influence. Queen Adia is a significant figure in Benin history, and her legacy is still celebrated today. While not part of the same political entity, both Queen Nzinga and Queen Adia represent powerful examples of female leadership and military prowess in Central Africa during the period of European colonization. To be continued, video.
Yes, my Lord, please as we continue. Blessed love. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Cindy, for such royal reading. Glorify and give thanks. And as you move forward, and you look beautiful. Give thanks. Yeah, Rastafari.
Give thanks, my Lord. I appreciate that.
Rastafari. I still see any mother's milk in your cheeks.
Truly, my Lord.
Give thanks. Rastafari. Yeah, man. Give thanks. And we continue. Go ahead, Empress.
Anyone switching on the radio or ducking into a bar anywhere on the African continent in 1960 would have been likely to hear, in their original Lingala and French, these lyrics set to an Afro-Cuban beat. In 1960, often known as the Year of Africa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo negotiated independence from Belgium to the rhythm of the country's greatest export, Congolese rumba. The wildly popular and meaningful genre became a soundtrack to global change. Indépendance Cha-Cha, performed by Joseph Kabasele, also known as Le Grand Calais or Calais Jeff, and his band African Jazz, is widely considered to be the first Pan-African hit. Light-hearted and upbeat, the song narrates the 1960 Roundtable Conference on Congolese Independence in Brussels. Inspired by music from across the globe, Congolese rumba, also known by the French term musique moderne, was the singular sound of Congolese performers, used to record their aspirations of independence in the 1960s, to communicate political legitimacy in the immediate post-colonial era, and to memorialize the unfinished business of emancipation in our present day. In short, Congolese decolonization was documented in song. After 75 years of colonial oppression and mounting political agitation following World War II, across what was then known as the Belgian Congo, Congolese politicians and Belgian administrators met in January 1960 to negotiate the colony's fate. Grand Calais and African Jazz, along with two members of rival musical group OK Jazz, accompanied the Congolese delegation to Brussels. The conference set Congo's independence for June 30th, 1960, in a shocking repudiation of the popular Belgian belief that Congolese independence would not be possible for another 30 years. A sonic celebration of independence followed, asserting Congo as an artistic hub in its own right. The roots of Congolese rumba are found in the city of what was then called Leopoldville and is now known as Kinshasa, where Cuban music records had first been imported in the 1930s and 1940s. Local musicians began to draw on the instruments and rhythmic progressions of Afro-Cuban music. Through the colony's 1950s radio service, Congolese recordings popularized the cha-cha, merengue, and pachanga across the continent. Congolese rumba influenced musical acts from South African icon Miriam Makeba to the popular highlife brass bands of Ghana and Nigeria. Rumba was a cosmopolitan style distinctly rooted in the global South. Many musicians of the period asserted that the structure of rumba had been exported to the Caribbean from Congo itself through the transatlantic slave trade. That rumba had made its way home demonstrated the endurance of Congolese culture and the connection between colonized peoples. Congolese rumba linked African and diasporic cultures, but Indépendance Cha-Cha named Congo's political parties and leaders. The Year of Africa in 1960 marked a turning point of African independence, with 17 new countries created that year, 18 the next, and 13 more by the decade's end. However, the euphoric unity among politicians memorialized in Indépendance Cha-Cha now reminds us of the unfulfilled promises of decolonization. In May 1960, Congolese citizens elected Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavubu, Prime Minister and President respectively, of the new Democratic Republic of the Congo. Lumumba, a radical nationalist, was soon ousted by Kasavubu out of fear of Lumumba's anti-Western sentiments and as a result of soldiers' mutinies and secessionist movements in the southern regions of Katanga and South Kasai. Secessionists and UN and US officials then conspired with the Belgian Foreign Ministry to assassinate Lumumba in January 1961, only 7 months after independence. The Congo crisis of 1960 to 1965 that followed ultimately led to an externally funded military coup and the installation of Joseph Désiré Mobutu as head of state. Following Lumumba's death, protesters converged on UN, US, and Belgian consulates around the world, demanding accountability for the death of Congo's first popularly elected leader. Mobutu, then president and authoritarian ruler of the Second Republic of the Congo, understood well the political uses he could make, both of rumba and Lumumba. Despite Mobutu's complicity in Lumumba's assassination, he quickly proclaimed the deceased prime minister the first national hero, and himself the second. Mobutu then commissioned a number of songs, such as Lumumba, National Heroes, in 1967. This song was written by none other than Grand Calais and African Jazz, and the other giant of Congolese music, Franco, and his band, OK Jazz. Lumumba, National Heroes, established a link between Lumumba and Mobutu through lines such as In 1971, Mobutu established an authenticity campaign meant to uplift the country through cultural heritage, renaming the country Zaire and himself Mobutu Sese Seko in the process. Popular music and government became increasingly intertwined as the president called upon band leader Franco to produce music in support of his government. At the same time, music offered the means to critique power in post-colonial Zaire. Mbwakela, a genre of song infused with metaphor common in Congolese rumba, allowed Franco to maintain a privileged status within Mobutu's government, as well as operate as the president's only critic. Lumumba's legacy, like Congo's political independence as a whole, was cemented through the country's subsequent artistic production. The quote-unquote popular painting style, also called urban or international art, that came to characterize Congo through the late 20th century, canonized Lumumba as the martyr of African independence. Outside the borders of the Republic of the Congo, Lumumba continued to inspire reflection on the incomplete process of decolonization, as in famed Martiniquais poet Aimé Césaire's play, A Season in the Congo. Rumba's power reached an apogee in 1974, when the music festival, Zaire 74, hosted prominent musicians such as James Brown and B.B. King, who performed alongside Zairians such as Franco and Taboulé Rochereau of the band African Jazz. The festival, which accompanied a heavily promoted fight between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, known as the Rumble in the Jungle, acknowledged rumba as the country's most important cultural export. Held at an economic and cultural peak of Mobutu's regime, music functioned as a triumphant signal of post-colonial success. The high did not last long. The economic decline of the 1980s, political violence after Mobutu's fall in 1997, and the continued external exploitation of Congolese resources by Western powers plagued and continued to plague the nation. In 2011, Belgian-born rapper Balogi released a reworking of the most famous song of 1960, Le jour après, Sikuya Baadaye, Indépendance Cha-Cha. Balogi, who is of Congolese descent, comments on the Democratic Republic of Congo's contemporary problems through reference to its past.
J'ai repris cette chanson fédératrice, symbole de la crédulité des prémices, entre indépendance et armistice. Mais pour que nos démocraties progressent, faut qu'elles apprennent de leurs erreurs de jeunesse.
Filmed in Kinshasa, Balogi's video invokes Congolese rumba as a symbol of Grand Calais' once joyous, now aged proclamations of victory. Yet Balogi's rendition contains a message of hope. Rumba, through all, remains a key instrument to critique oppression and galvanize the people.
Majesty bless. Rastafari. I'll tell you what a sad story. Our story. And we continue with the Honorable Priest Adigano, Royal Historian. My Lord, Majesty.
My Lord and Empress, Prince and Prince, God and God is blessed. Yes. Belgium confiscates Congo Free State from King Leopold II. In September 1908, Belgium formally annexed the Congo Free State, CFS, from King Leopold II, transitioning it into the Belgian Congo. This significant political shift occurred after years of international and domestic pressure due to widespread reports of atrocities committed under Leopold's rule, which had resulted in the deaths of an estimated 10 million Congolese, initially established as a personal fiefdom by Leopold. CFS had been characterized by brutal exploitation and forced labor, particularly in the collection of rubber and ivory. However, following the annexation, there was a noted decrease in the most severe abuses, although colonial rule continued to exert political and economic control over the Congolese people. Leopold's administration faced scrutiny from various international figures, including journalists and missionaries, who documented the extensive human rights violations and helped raise global awareness. This led to the formation of the Congo Reform Association, the first large-scale human rights organization, which advocated for change and accountability. The Belgian government's takeover marked a pivotal moment in colonial history, highlighting the complexities and consequences of European imperialism in Africa. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Blessed love, royal family. And I would say this in Lingala, Sangoboni. I speak a little bit of Lingala. I don't know if I share it with everyone, but my ex-husband is from Congo. My children are Congolese. So Sangoboni. The Free State of the Congo, A Hidden History of Genocide. The Berlin Conference, 1884 to 1885, recognized the sovereignty of King Leopold II of Belgium over the Free State of the Congo. The king governed the territory until 1908, when it is passed into the hands of the Belgian state. Leopold II ruled the Congo as his personal dominion from 1885 to 1908. During this period, the country was forced to endure the systematic exploitation of its natural resources, especially ivory and rubber. Though the territory was governed from Brussels, the administrative capital was the port city of Boma, from where the massive exports of raw materials were shipped. Boma was the residence of the Governor General of the Congo, who was the direct representative of the king. In fact, Leopold II never once set foot in Africa. The state was divided into 14 districts, which were administered by commissioners who reported to the Governor General and were appointed directly by the king. These functionaries sometimes acted as colonial administrators and trading agents, though their main function was to secure the largest possible amounts of ivory and rubber in the shortest possible time. The colonial administration wielded control over the native population by imposing a regime of terror, and there were frequent mass killings and mutilations. Violence and terrorism were the means adopted to impose the will of the Belgian king, and the trading agents over the African people. Leopold II was forced to hire European mercenaries to defend his interests. These were organized into a private army, the Force Publique, which numbered up to 19,000 troops. All the officers were white, while all the ranked and file soldiers were black men who had been press-ganged into service and forced to serve in the Force Publique for a minimum of 7 years. Recruits were sometimes bought from tribal leaders, though often they were simply kidnapped. Force Publique acted simultaneously as an army of occupation and as a police force which served the interests of the trading companies. The force had to deal with several rebellions, which were put down with horrifying savagery. In practice, the Free State of the Congo was an enormous concentration camp. During the 1890s, and thanks to the widespread use of slaves, a more reliable transport network was built up, thus making it possible to export even more of the Congo's natural resources. The construction of these infrastructures are created exclusively for personal interests, resulted in the deaths of many workers of all ages. Their working days were long and hard and required an enormous amount of physical effort. According to historical documentation, between 5 and 10 million people died as a result of the colonial exploitation under the rule and administration of King Leopold II and his functionaries. The first person testimonies that have survived to the present day, and particularly those of Protestant missionaries, writers, and diplomats sent to serve in the Congo, describe and denounce the horror of everyday life in the country. Important sources of information include the stories and data provided by the American missionary G.W. Williams and by the writers Mark Twain, King Leopold's Soliloquy, and Joseph Conrad, as well as others such as the missionary Williams Shepherd, the British diplomat Casement, and the journalist Edmund Dean Morrell. All of these men produced testimonies that were crucially important for unmasking the truth about one of the darkest episodes of the late 19th century. These critical voices, who revealed the atrocities being inflicted on the Congolese people, were published in the international press, leading to widespread public outcry and calls for the respect for human rights. In 1905, after several months of investigation, a commission published a report that corroborated the abuses that had been denounced. Leopold II could do nothing to prevent international public opinion, even in his home country of Belgium, from expressing its clear opposition to the continuation of colonial brutality. King Leopold's strangleholds on the Congolese people. Blessed love.
Continuing reading. The Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, is rich in natural resources, particularly minerals and forests. It possesses significant reserves of copper, cobalt, diamond, gold, coltan, and other minerals. The DRC also holds substantial timber resources within the Congo Basin forest, the second largest in the world. Additionally, the country has vast arable land with significant agricultural potential. Cobalt. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt, a crucial component in batteries for electric vehicles and other technologies. The DRC is a major copper producer with reserves concentrated in the Katanga region. Diamonds. The DRC holds a substantial portion of the world's diamond reserves, including both gem and industrial diamonds. Gold. Significant gold deposits are found in various regions, including Ituri and North and South Kivu. Coltan, which is columbite tantalite. The DRC is a major source of coltan, a mineral used in electronic devices. The DRC also has reserves of tin, tungsten, zinc, and other valuable minerals. The DRC contains the majority of the Congo Basin rainforest, a vast area with immense biodiversity and timber resources. The DRC has a large amount of arable land with potential for agriculture. The Congo River, one of the largest rivers in the world, provides significant hydropower potential. Despite its vast natural wealth, the DRC faces challenges in sustainably managing and benefiting from its resources due to issues like weak governance, corruption, and lack of transparency in extractive sectors. Mineral wealth has fueled conflict and instability in some regions. Limited infrastructure hinders the development and export of resources. Unsustainable mining practices can lead to environmental damage. To be continued.
Continue the journey through the Congo. The Congo Basin rainforest is also known as the lungs of Africa. This rainforest is the largest carbon sink in the world, converting the largest amount of carbon footprint in the world. Carbon dioxide is converted to oxygen by trees. Modernization methods have proven destructive to the ecology and threatens the existence of all forms of life. The burning of fossil fuels create or add to the carbon footprint. Greenhouse gases create a film that traps the rising heat from the earth, increasing the temperature and throwing the natural function of the earth out of course. Apart from the biological effects that increased heat has in living organisms, it also has a mental effect. Let me repeat. Apart from the biological effect that increased heat has in living organisms, it also has a mental effect. These changes sometimes occur suddenly. Atmospheric changes affect the tempo in various ways. The toxicity of the atmosphere creates perfect conditions for disease to mutate, developing new strains or developing mutated strains or new strains, as the Earth is currently experiencing. Just as processed food harms the body with increased toxicity, the chemical reaction within causes the calcification of the pineal gland, which blinds one's spiritual vision and hinders the rise of their divine consciousness. Melanin energizes the pineal gland, without which it gets calcified. The third eye is the telescope, allowing vision into the multiverse, the full scope and spectrum of existence. In conclusion, the chaos and unusual behavioral patterns of humans and all living creatures are directly linked to the modernized methods of living. Machinery burning fossil fuel are a murderous and suicidal activity. Human actions are causing the extinction of life on Earth. Preservation of the Congo Basin rainforest and the Nile and its Rift Valley is paramount to biodiversity and temperature control, and to the continuity of life. Hotep. To be continued.
My Lord.
Here now you have a picture of an ancient, what you would call dreadlocks visage, Congolese. See, a lot of I and I don't realize that Congo was one of those areas where dreadlocks was a deep-rooted tradition. See, now
That
Congo.
how come we can hail man Congo. That even come how we can say we are say Congo.
Yes, and the word bongo,
right.
Congo and bongo. Congo and bongo
Yes,
come from those areas.
My
See?
Lord.
So I tradition have a historical value to it, you know. When the Rastafari was rising this liberty, it was not by happenstance or chance. See, it was decoding the codes written in I genome. That's what the ancient elders did, you know. It wasn't the King James version of the Bible that was the only book that was available to them at that time that brought out the consciousness of themselves. That was just a tool for ceremonial functions and stuff like that. The understanding of who we are, where we came from, seeing and all of that, came from the decoding that the elders did of their genome. And that is the ingenuity that Rastafari did in the Western Hemisphere for survivors of the slave institution, as well as colonialism and neo-colonialism. We rose that great consciousness that came from places like the Congo. See, and so that's why we started off series 1 with the Nile Valley, because that's where it all begins. But the Congo is the lungs of Africa and the lungs of the world. One of the lungs. There are two main areas in the world that they call the lungs, which is the Amazon and the Congo Basin, because of what it does. The Congo Basin is a place that absorbs carbon footprint. While the Amazon is the largest rainforest in the world, the Congo Basin is the second largest. But the Congo Basin absorbs more carbon footprint by far than the Amazon, maybe because of its strategic location. See, but it does. So these are some of the value to the information that we are bringing to share among each other, that we can have a clear view, and the upcoming youth can see the rich legacy of high story that they have to live up to, you know, because we are coming from a rich high story, my Lord and Empress, as the journey continues.
Majesty bless, my Lord.
Here now we are seeing, we will do a little narration as we go through the pictures, so the eye them can get a clear view of what the picture. This is a catchment now of elephant tusk, seeing what they call ivory. Back then, ivory was valued equivalent to money, to gold and them things. See, so the poor elephants them paid a price for human loss. See, and here we see evidence of it. And back then they were posing here, very proud, of their catchment. Today,
and
when we look at,
they use that also for piano keys too, my lad?
Yeah, so many things. For many things.
Okay.
back then for treasures, for knife handles, for gun handle, for all kinds of things. You know, it is a valuable what do you call it now? A
Product,
resource, a valuable
commodity.
yeah,
Yeah.
commodity. That's the word for them. They come and they made it a commodity. You understand? Because that's a life that comes from life. And while we
Yeah.
have dominion over the earth, we do not have the right to kill for vain things like that. We're not killing to eat. We're not taking a life to eat. You're damaging the 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 size and the survival of this animal just out of lust. Because you can do without piano key. You can make the piano key out of something else. See, whatever you're using this for, you can find a renewable resource to make it from. But we choose these kind of things. You know, well, not us. They choose these kind of things. Those people that came to our continent and marveled over what they saw and wanted to possess everything that they behold or beheld. Next slide, Empress, give thanks. Oh gosh, here now, take a look at that picture. That's a father looking at the severed limbs of his little girl, his daughter. The pain that he's feeling is unimaginable right now. The pain that he's feeling, if you have not had a loss like a child, you know, as a mother or father, you cannot imagine the pain that he's feeling. Because not only the loss of the child, you know, he has that image in his mind eternally to remind him of what took place. Yeah, the brutality of the of King Leopold is unmatched so far. You know, yes, yes, unmatched so far because what? Yes, there are the pictures that show it.
Hitler didn't have nothing on him. It was worse than Hitler.
Worse than Hitler, my lord. Look at the mutilation, and it's youths, you know. Youths. He did it to adults too, you know, in droves and numbers. But the fact that he was so heartless that they did it to children. Yeah, these are memories
and what was
they
the
talk about
result? And what was the result? Why was that? Was it used to the children as a punishment because they didn't bring in enough work or something like that, my lad?
My lord, that is exactly what it was. It was a punishment for not fulfilling the quota of the day. See, so yeah, the brutality of Leopold, like we said, had no match. See, there is one incident that history records where 28 Belgian soldiers used Gatling guns and murdered in one skirmish 10,000 Congolese.
Yes, yes.
But it even sound, I mean, it's almost not even thinkable. See, 10, that means you were just shooting, the endless shooting, you know, like shooting ants, you know, because I wouldn't say shoot bird. That is like shooting, you understand? Yeah. Mm. Here you have them forced I want people now to display the hands, you know. They're not holding it, you know. You see who they make hold it and display it while them stand up and pose. Yeah, the Congolese, the Belgians were a different breed, Rasta.
Still are.
And here we see our family working in the mines, seeing, digging out the minerals for them. And you see how it is done. It is not using fancy equipment, you know. When they talk about manpower, this is manpower.
That is manpower.
Yes, my lord, in its essence right here. I love this. Pardon me, I had to include this in the picture, you know, because this is the only thing in there that fits. This is a statue of Leopold II, you know, and it looks just like how I'm supposed to look. Shameful, like covered in feces, whatever. Seeing a true depiction of evil.
The Royal Chair, could I say something, please?
Honorable Priest, Priest Earl, sure, my lord.
So these youth know where I just want get this information. What it going storing them? Cause I know yesterday we don't even have to call it a revolution right now because when them get these information that are so mournful, you know, yesterday a revolution is in front of us. That is the question I want to ask. They're blessed.
Good question, my lad. Me not gonna try. I have what I will say, but me not like the rest of the panel. Address what Honorable Priest just said. The info, because we are informing the youths. What do we intend for them to do with these information? What instructions? Because as a human being, you can really just have vengeance in your heart and soul. You know, see it as how some of these so-called Jewish people is. Because if you're a whole boy in a wheelchair and them just get a hint, say, you did there with Hitler, them dip on your case, you know, and no mercy, you know, the so-called Jewish people. So the Honorable Priest posed a very interesting question. My Lord and Empress, floor is open.
To the chair.
Yes, Empress.
The way that I would see it with the youth, it's not to make them
bitter,
be so bitter that they go out and they do harm to others. It's to teach them the things that were done to their ancestors so that these things cannot be repeated. One, it is also to teach them that they're fighting their own brother and sisters, which makes no sense because we're all sustaining the same, you know, we're all going through the same fight here, whether it's through economics, whether it's through entrepreneurship, whether it's through education or what have you. We're all going through that. It's really to make them stronger so that these things do never happen again in history, so that they can put themselves and their families and the village and the nation itself on a higher level of thinking. And that's what I think, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Royal Tech. And the floor is open.
Priest Adigan's hand is up.
Honorable Priest Adigan, my lord.
Yeah, you know, educate them to not be reactive but proactive, because over the years we've been very reactive instead of proactive. You understand? And that's
my
what
lord.
Our downfall. You understand? So educate them of the history, you know, that they can be like a flourishing tree with roots, you know. And it's a nation without knowledge of its history or where it's coming from. It's like a tree without roots. So, like the sister said, not for them to be, you know, react where they go and commit cause. It brings me back to 1977, even here in the UK when Roots, the film documentary came out, and there was a lot of reactionary to it because there were fights in schools because a lot of people wasn't seeing slavery depicted in TV. You understand? So film documentary come out now named Roots about the life of the Mandinka warrior called Kunta Kinte and how he was beaten, and to save his life he accepted the name Toby. But you know, so what we find now, even here in the UK, we were fighting with white people in 1977 at school. Yes, I was 11 years old going to school in 1977 when Roots came out, and white man deliberately had the cheek to come and call man Toby, a man punched them in their face. Straight writing them out. Yes, so black and white was fighting over, and Roots wasn't the worst of them in terms of dictating what really went off in slavery, but that sparked a racial war, that film, you understand? So we, you know, like it said, lest we forget, you know, Lest we forget. Remember, even we see now, even we use places like our beloved Ibrahim Traore as an example. It's the youth. It's the youth. When I even go on the international social media, is the youth talking more than even the elders. We find out a lot of the elders are sellouts. Yeah, we find a lot of the elders, even now as we speak, enough of the African leaders are trying to bridge against Ibrahim, but this is where we're at now. We need to, for those who want to learn, and we give thanks for this schoolroom that these informations can be coming out because, like you said, the French speaking, because when we look at our colonizers, Britain and America get blamed for a lot of things, but I think the French is the main biggest component because quarter Africa speak French. Even though Burkina Faso is say he want to be a sovereign state now, French is still the language what they speak the most fluent to all
99.9% of the people over there speak French.
Right, so it goes to show you these people did a number now. I'll give you an example. I know I have a brother who come from Angola and he's Portuguese he speak and he have English name and he see my name Asukil Adigonadolfa. Me and him get reason and he say he feel shame. Me born in the West have full African name and he have Portuguese cause right now in Angola the people them don't have an indigenous language what they speak is Portuguese they speak in Angola. You understand? And to this day, so you don't, to this day, so like you said, the Belgium Congo, like you see, French is the language the Belgium speaks even to this day. So they did a number on these places, but they kill out the people who stand up to them, like Patrice Lumumba's execution was televised, So yeah.
My lad, bless. Yes, and give thanks to Honorable Priest Adigan. Yes, Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Yeah, those are the dominant language established by the colonial master, but in those regions, you still have native language. You still have tribal tongue. In the Congo, you still have tribal tongue. In Angola, you still have tribal tongue. It's just that the national language, the dominant language, is colonial language. Seeing because they force that on the population. Now, when we look at the question that the honorable priest posed,
yes,
I would ask a question to the question. Are everything that we heard here, did we all know all of this before? A lot of what we are hearing that has happened.
I knew of it before.
Well, myself, even as an historian, I didn't know all of what is being disclosed here. There are information here that I found out in doing the research. See, for instance, there's a lot about the pygmy people that I didn't know.
Same.
Yeah, so maybe, the item was advanced for I, but there's a lot about the pygmy people that I didn't know. See, and one of what I didn't know how endangered they were, just like the animals.
All right, yeah.
Yes. So it's here. What?
So
if I may,
oh, that's not. So Priest Naps. Hold on, Priest Nappy. And every Priest Rasavan, you finish?
Okay.
I'm sealing up. I was getting to a point. With that said, I'm trying to address Priest Earl's question.
Yes, my lord.
What this information supposed to do with the youth, not just the youth, but the world at large, is to highlight incidents and things that are happening or that has happened that was written out of history, that was not known, that was not publicized for the wider world to know, so they could know that this is what is happening and this is what has happened. And these people are as endangered as they are. And not only does their extinction affect us as a nation of people, the African nation, but the fact that they are going to be extinct damages that region, the rainforest, because they are the custodians of the rainforest. They are the ones over millenniums have protected that the lungs of Africa and that lungs of the world. So those are the things we're trying to highlight in bringing these information, because what we're highlighting affects every human being and every life form on the planet, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord, give thanks. Honorable Priest Nappy.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah, what I learned was also the music form of the Roomba and all of that actually came from here. So I actually think they are down in Cuba and those maybe Brazil. Some of those music came from, but it's actually from down in the Congo. So
yes, I.
That's one of the things that say, wow, sometimes you never know.
Yeah.
And you give credit to certain people and you never know where it actually started, And so this culture is also, it's just like a race, around. It's a relay race, and one take it up and the other one carry it. And we not come to see who better than who or whatever. Every man does to be the best him can do it. And then we move on and take it to the next level,
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I. My lord.
My granny had a saying, one day Congo say. I don't know which you get, but you can see where, that Africa, they took us out of Africa, but they couldn't take Africa out of us. Because me used to take out fish eye out of my grandmother's foot. And I say, oh, you get that? And she, the little pig asked the big pig, how him snout so long? Because, a little pig snout not that long. And the big pig look at him and say, one day, Congo say. Mama always tell me that. But to answer Priest Earl question, what I will say this information can do for the younger ones, first and foremost, it show them say, when you have power, it is not to be abused. The white world come and they had a power over we, and them abuse it, So when you rise, you mustn't abuse power. And also, it's showing us the connection that Africa has to the world. So now it can enlighten the younger generation things that they can even make a career of, to say, well, the study of the soils, what they call it, not geologists, all these different areas,
Deforestation.
Through the chair, Honorable Prince
deforestation. So, when I finish. So they know all these things. So that means that when we return home with skills that can strengthen these things. You might and not just being like you're a mechanic nowadays. You can do bigger things that could affect the livity of the continent itself, which in turn will affect the world. So that is the information I think the information. That's what I would appoint the youth them to do. Not to hold it as a vendetta over one, but to hold it as to say, whenever you have authority, do not abuse your authority and live in a unity, and whatever you do must be a strength to the general population and the land itself. And that's my little take. Honorable Priest Brown, my lord.
And then Empress Cindy.
Love to the royal chair, love to the royal congregation. I do welcome this wonderful topic, on several grounds, concerning Priest Earl question. Because of my personal experience as a Congolese descendant here in Jamaica, having part of my and that has even led to much of my early research and knowledge. of the Congo and my ancient African ancestry. You know, this truth can make one very, you know, it wakes up a certain energy then within flesh. And these energies have to be directed positively. So I would say give thanks to King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, because when those energies rose up in Iman, he was the one who curved and directed them to make me into the person I am today. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
So,
My Lord, give thanks. Go ahead, priest.
So to rescue the generation coming, that's why we have to continue the work of salvation, the Psalms reading, the service order, and now fully advance our statical capacity, restore, I would say, restore back the role of the prophets. Because we are priests, but priests, we are prophet, priest, and king. You know, why I say that prophets were responsible for the state in the early agenda of the Congress. So that is what we really, that is what we see we have to do and continue to, you know, restore and redeem ourselves and the world in general. And concerning the ozone, the lungs of the earth, you know, I see a beautiful thing happening with the brethren in South America receiving that international protection agenda through United Nations and the rest of it. I would ask the rest of ones who can to see how does that play over with the lungs of the earth in Africa. Is the lungs of the earth in Africa receiving that same attention and protection, or does it really need an uprising of the certain defense of certain people in that area to get such protection and recognition? My Lord and Empress, heart of love.
My Lord. Honorable Empress, give thanks to Honorable Priest Brown. Honorable Empress Cindy, Majesty bless.
Majesty bless, my Lord. Give thanks for the reason been going through, and give thanks for all contributions. Priest Imsley, something that you had just mentioned a few minutes ago, I have to respectfully disagree with you, Honorable, because I don't think, in my opinion, I don't believe that Africans were less powerful than the white people who invaded the lands. I believe that African people have agency just like the white man has agency. However, what distinguished them from us is that they developed weapons and weapons to kill. And us being on the land in Africa, we lived as one with nature. You understand? We had our resources and we didn't pillage the resources. We didn't abuse the resources. And when people like them come from barbaric places that don't have anything, and when they come to a land where there's everything, with ammunition to destroy and cause chaos and stuff like that, things that Africans never really witnessed before or even doing to one another. That's where there's a problem. But I don't believe that they were more powerful than us. I just believe that they have more powerful weapons, but we still had agency and we were still powerful in our own right. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress, do give thanks for your comment. It wasn't that I was saying they had power over us, that they were more powerful than us. But in the situation that we were speaking of, for instance, King Leopold and these colonialism and these people with the Berlin Conference, they had a power over us at the moment. They're not more powerful than us. If they were more, we wouldn't be here today. That's my little take, but I respect your take, and I pray you get the better understanding what I was trying to say. Not that they're more powerful than us, but at those moments, they had a power over us. Blessed love. Floor is open.
Through the chair, my lord. Go ahead, Precept. Go ahead, Precept.
Yes, bless the Lord. Just to respond to Priest's question. I like how Priest Brown answered too, you know?
Yeah.
These things rise up energy. You see, then it's supposed to be a revolutionary energy, a revolutionary spirit. You see, to make the youths and them revolt. Right? Now, anger is a certain, you know, you might look at anger as negative, but anger could be channeled into positive work, you know, right? So it's just natural. This must get you angry when you see mutilation of your people and this kind of thing. There's no way you're going to just be normal about that, right? But that anger now, we're supposed to channel it into revolting, not revolting with you know, destruction and torment and all of that, but you're revolting to stand up for something, stand against injustice, right? Stand against unfairness, right? And in this time now, this time we're living in here is a whole heap of weapons, biological weapons them have against it. You see it? From everything in the system that them have set up, from the food to the medical systems, to the court, to the police, to this and that, right? It's all injustice. And this is what make I come to Baba Shanti too, like the priest was saying. When you recognize the injustice, you want something to hold on to stand up against it. You see it? So that is the spirit I see this type of information is supposed to rise up in the youth. My Lord and Empress. Bless you.
My Lord, give thanks.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, Honorable
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Priest 7. What you really to summarize what you just said? Organized resistance is what it's supposed to spark with among among the youths and the upcoming generation. Organized resistance, not chaos, not madness, not revenge, not, you know, organized resistance. Resisting the acts of colonization, resisting the damage from colonization, which is what is very, very important. These pictures that we are looking at right now, once pay attention to the pictures that are being shown. Two were shown earlier of the pygmy empress in her village, in her personal space, and how they live. They live eco-friendly by choice, because I'm sure they could have set up some form of village life within the forest there and, you know, adapted themselves to that way of living. But they chose the nomadic way because we tend to not understand the fullness of the nomadic liberty. That's something else that is another reason that I will have to get into at some point. So we can understand a lot of the tribes, you know, which some of them still exist today. The Watutsi, seeing those out there in the hottest regions of Africa, out there in the Sahara, where it is a daily 120 degrees. Seeing, yeah, those people still live the same lifestyle. They move according to the weather, to where the circumstance favors them the most. And that is how the pigs here live. Now, because they lived in the protection of the forest. The forest is their world. It's their God, it's their mother, it's their father, it's everything. And what is happening today is it is slowly diminishing. The ignorance of humans are destroying their future because they're the region. See, they are modern development without incorporating the pygmies in it. What do I mean? They are the custodians. They know best where the tributaries, what tributaries feed what are most essential to the preservation of the forest. The people they are not about that. They don't care about that. They just come in and they just harvesting, developing, destroying. See? So these pictures are showing you some of the way of life that preserve these people. Basket weaving. I and I as Bobo, we know this because up on Bobo Hill back in the day, I and I did this. We made baskets, we made mats, we made, a lot of things out of wicker and out of straw.
Straw.
Yeah. And that is how they survive. They forage off the land. That means collecting food because you have wild food that are very nutritious and all over. Things that you dig like what we would call turnip, and beetroot, things that grow under the soil, see, in those regions that they know that they can harvest and make a meal out of. And a tasty meal too. We're not talking about barbaric things because people tend to think so negative. A tasty meal. But it is being destroyed because, recklessness, ones don't care. And poverty too. Because poverty is one of the main causes of these type of actions. Because I guarantee you, if the people were not suffering and in grave need, they would not allow poachers and grave robbers and pirates to come in and do what they're doing. See, a lot of time you find a couple of them working with the poacher, working with the grave robber to get a little finance. See, but if they were suffering like that, if there wasn't that type of poverty, you wouldn't see the kind of damage that we are seeing today, family. Check it out. Look at the children. Look how beautiful. And look at their faces. Look at their body language. You can see, you don't see any hint of violent, any anger type thing. Look at them. You can see that they are a family. You don't have to ask. You just can see that nature. You see him looking down on the little brother and holding him. Look at his hand.
They look like they have manners.
Yes, my lord. Them say a picture is 1,000 words, So just looking at the picture, it can tell we are holy. It can tell we are 1,000 words of things. See? And just the way he holds the baby. Look at one of his hand where he's holding him and look at the second hand. These things are what experts look at and study to know the mannerisms and things of people. And we can see that right here in this action right here. See? So our people are divine people with humanness in them, which is between us and them. They came prepared for violence, prepared for mayhem. We received them with love. Are we faulted for that? Are we faulted for that? We received them with love. Well, now that we know, maybe then we should have received them with some, or what they said that we were, some barbaric action. But that was not us. We were divine beings. So when we met another, ethnicity or species of human, we are welcoming. Come share what we have. Come make we talk. Where you come from? That is how I understand. Here they show there's a picture here with the youths with their bow and arrow. That is how they survive. And they have defended the forest, If throughout history, if we read history, the pygmies have defended the forest for millennia, seen by the knowledge that them possess, not by big gun and bomb, by the knowledge of the forest and using that against their enemies.
Royal Chair.
My lord.
Yes, my lord and Empress. Everyone answered beautifully, but really and truly, I really love our Priest 7, right? Because what happened now, find say, I and I as priest now have to prepare to purge those people. We are going to go through that, what face us right now, because enough of these you not going to take no talk. So I and I have to prepare now as the priest, as everyone do say, but sometimes them have to go through it, right? Because it's not that Babylon, stop their wickedness, they're still doing it. Even when you're looking in America today, in Jamaica, when you check the police, them still is on the truth. So the people never get more brighter, more intelligent. You know what I mean? That them can stand up for them right and talk. But even some of the time, that still give them judgment because none of these officers would have said, you should have just, take my word, even tell me about none of these laws that were set, So these youth now me I talk about and through the system now ease up. It's still a pressure them and I push them in our corner. And you know what I mean? And as you see, a lot of places in Kenya now when you see them rise up, you see it. So we say I and I as a priest now have a duty because them have to go calm down one at a time. And just like when a man go through a battle, he have to go through that ritual to purge him again and take out that spirit of war. So, I say I and I as the priest have to face the reality. No, say it have to reach this up because Babylon still have them plan. All what you see are going in the world. And a man maybe just say a chum, but it's a plan, and the plan now, is to bring in this world order. So them have to have a world connection, whether them say a world war. So these youth are going to get involved somewhere or another. So the church, right, have a very important part to play. And I even hear the honorable priest Nappy was speaking about the herb. That part need to reason about because, me try to reason with all of the region, them who connect with the thing. Sometimes I say you go, yeah, sometimes I say you go learn, you know what I mean? Yes, my lord, bless it.
Honorable priest, my lord.
The chair.
Yeah, we need to reason about that herb thing that have a reason just to cover it so one can understand. Because when we reason about it sketchy like this, it creates another confusion. So when we are gonna deal with it, we need to just deal with it on a full level where all components are exposed and everybody can see and understand all aspects of what we are discussing.
The chair.
Empress Cindy and then Chris Halligan.
Empress Cindy, Majesty.
Chris Andre. Chris Andre.
Yes,
I wanted to ask anyone, has anyone ever heard of the pygmy Ota Benga?
I personally never heard of that.
Well, Ota Benga was an African pygmy that was born in Congo. And when these Europeans came to the Congo and they, came across some pygmy people, they saw this youth and because of the spiritual and ritualistic practices that they have over there where they sharpen their teeth really fine and sharp, they brought him over to the United States and put him at the Bronx Zoo because back in the day they used to whenever they would see quote unquote I don't know the term, weird things like like a woman with facial hair, like full on facial hair, they would put them anomaly, thank you, they would put them in these shows.
Yeah.
You could help me out with the name, priest Rasavana. They used to put them in these shows for people.
Yeah, man, like circuses.
Like a circus, yeah, but there's another name for it too.
Yes, yeah, man.
Yeah, so they used to do that for these people's entertainments and stuff like that. So they bought Ota Benga over here and they put him in a zoo as an attraction to make it seem like he's, you know, something of an odd, you know, odd thing to, you know, for people's viewing and stuff like that. But
Come on.
that is
Come on.
They call it
someone that,
freak show. Freak
yes,
show.
exactly, freak shows. Give thanks, my lord. Yes, it was a freak show. That's exactly right, and that's what they put this young man into, a freak show. And sadly, he lived the rest of his life in Virginia. But yes, they put this pygmy man Ota Benga in these shows over here.
Yes. Well, I knew
Yeah.
in Belgium they had a zoo where they had black people. Empress Cindy, you probably hear about it. It had a woman with an extremely large bottom, and she
Right.
was in that zoo.
Her name was Sarah. They named her Sarah Bartown.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was from South
So,
Africa.
so Empress,
Okay.
the brethren, did he commit suicide? Because
just I go mention that same woman, you know, how they make her
All
into a
right.
freak. I was just gonna pick up, but you first, me, so give thanks.
Honorable
did
Priest
the brethren Outer Benga commit suicide? I think so. What he went through, him commit suicide in the end. Yeah, you know, call them the sharp. Him teeth make it look like triangle, sharp, well sharp. That, you know, him kind of look. You know, they do him teeth like that. That when he make a smile or anything like that, his teeth them was pointed. So, you know, freak show, you know.
Right. But because you know, these Europeans didn't understand nothing about Africa or their cultural practices, but they would do that as a
My
sign
Lord.
of like beauty and stuff like that. You know, beauty, attractiveness, also rites of passages and stuff like that. So those are the reasons why. And some cultures still do that to this present day. Even there's certain well, during colonialism, one of the things that they used to do, which was mentioned in the last meeting that we had, was to put the plate in the lip to make them unattractive to take, you know,
Yeah.
as enslaved POW. So that was one of the things that certain cultures used to do. They used to scar up their faces, you know, to distinguish them from other cultural groups, other ethnic groups. So they would mark up their skin. But during colonialism, they were taking away those practices. So people wouldn't really be doing that no more. But if you know certain quote unquote tribal marks, for example, I know in Ghana, they used to do it like right on the cheek. They used to put a straight line across the cheek, and that was a symbol, a symbol to show you that I'm from this ethnic group. I'm from this ethnic people. Give thanks.
Yeah. To the chair. The Yoruba in thing there still do that. The Yoruba, even in the West here, even the Yoruba village, they're in South Carolina. Yeah, they all the
We can't hear you, preach.
Blessed.
myself and Priest Knuckles, we had high up in they have those tribal mark on their face. So yeah,
My Lord, there's some nice nuggets going on here. Yeah, I love this center.
Priest Rossabana, you cut out and I never hear most of what you say.
I said even in the US, the Yoruba tribe that's there that lives in the village, they have a Yoruba village that is well known, that is linked to the Yoruba in Africa, in South Carolina. And all the residents there have that tribal mark. Priest Knuckles and I knew a family that was high up in the ranks there. Olomide and his wife. The entire family, I think he had maybe about 6 or 7 children, and the entire family had the tribal mark on their faces. Yeah, it's a traditional thing.
Blessed love, royal family. This is Empress Akim. May I speak?
Go ahead, Empress Akim.
Yes, Empress.
Okay, so I was just sitting here reasoning with my son. I want him to speak. Priest Earl mentioned, how do our youth feel? Well, he's not a youth. He's a young adult now. He'll be 25 in a few weeks. But what I had mentioned earlier is that me and his father, we were once married. So I married into the culture, the Congolese culture. And I just wanted to share a little bit and then let him expound. For myself, what I realize is that the brainwashing and the colonialism runs very, very deep. Although the Congolese people hold on to their culture, still usually it's just in how they gather together as a group and the foods that they eat, right? But a lot of the culture is still missing, and the dress, the brainwashing has run very, very deep. Many of them don't even wear their garments still. A lot of the women do, but the men don't. You won't see a lot of the men still wearing the boo-boos and the dashikis and things like that. And so I wanted my son to speak a little bit about what he is learning now, because now he's taking it even deeper than his father. He's educating his father even more so about his own culture. Now his father, of course, knows the culture. He knows some things, but now my son is really going a little bit ancient. And so my son is named Biko. We call him Biko. And so I'm going to let him just share a little bit as his journey into learning a little bit more about his culture.
Blessings, Ashe, how y'all doing, elders?
Give thanks, my brother. Yeah, man. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Like my mother delineated, I've been studying my father's culture, robustly for a while now. Plus, even personally, in terms of language or linguistics, I think it's important for Black men and women to go back to the ancient times, because linguistics can alter your cells and your DNA as well, just like the physical. When you consume food or anything you do in the physical can still transpire into the spiritual. So I think even linguistically, it's important or imperative to go back to the ancient times and just to help or bring back that African thought. So I've been studying Kikongo a little bit, Lingala, a certain Congolese languages, but also just the spiritual systems too. The ancestors was very, very deep, and I know the Europeans tend to prompt us to seem that the ancestors was very what's the word, or just idiotic, or we didn't know much, but we were very in tune, and especially in our approach of speaking to our creator. We seen God as, or they called it in Kisis, that we knew that everything had a spirit. So you could look at a lamp, you can look at a tree, a bug, you could see the water flowing, and we knew that that was God, and God was life itself. But even in terms of medicine, compared to the Europeanized way of approaching medicine, we knew that if you had a relationship with a plant and knew the spirit of that herb or plant, you can cure any disease. So I've been studying that because I also want to become a biochemist. Ever since I was younger, I wanted to.
Can hear.
Your volume went down.
They said the volume went down.
Is the volume down? Can you hear?
Yeah, we're hearing a little better now. Continue, my brother.
Sorry, which part did y'all hear?
Maybe
you're studying Pingili and
different languages.
seeing
The language.
seeing the creation of different things, the water, etc.
Yeah. So everything I've noticed with the African culture, everything we did, from the utilization of our thoughts, the way we walked, talked, danced, especially most importantly, our relationship with one another was one of the most profound things. Or relationship in general, as an abstract concept, was the most important. So if you couldn't love yourself, how could you love, your mother, your father, your sister? And especially if you couldn't love yourself, how could you even love God? So when, there's certain sayings, but the most important relationship, or the only relationship that exists, is truly with yourself. You know, so if you can't love yourself or you can't cater to yourself or be divine and righteous, how could you externally, you know, be righteous to a child to teach a child wisdom? And like I said, relationships are important. So if you couldn't have a relationship with a plant, water, animals, you know, then how could you be in union with nature or God? And oh yeah, I was saying, I wanted to, I want to become a biochemist ever since I was younger. Just seeing certain diseases with certain elders or people around my age, you know, cancer, diabetes, it just something was always wrong. I just knew something was, you know, wasn't right. You know, it was always in my heart to want to heal people. So that's on my journey now. But I also, you know, studied the African spiritual systems and incorporated with, you know, the science and how to heal people as I go forward in my life. But yeah, there's a lot of things I could say. But another thing too, um, is something called Imwele and Gindu, where we knew that as, like I said, as we're in the physical realm, this physicality also had its, you know, counterpart, which is the spiritual. So as we operate in the physical, our souls is also operating in the spiritual realm. So that's why I guess when I teach my friends or even younger folks that I come across, that every action you do from your thoughts, you know, the way you eat, it's always important to, you know, walk a certain divinity. Because in the spirit realm, that's also transpiring as well. And even so the European, a lot of I think black folks now of today, we've took upon the concept called dichotomous logic, which a lot of white folks or Europeans use, which is it's not holistic. It's more you're right, I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm right. And they think linearly. But the African thought, which is called diunidal logic, is that we've seen everything holistic. It was either this and both. So it's a lot. But if you study quantum physics, it's no different than studying African culture. So anytime a white man is talking about science, protons, um, quantum mechanics, that's essentially just speaking in a Eurocentric, you know, English, but it's really talking about the African thought and thought pattern, diurnal logic. Um, I guess.
I'll take up too much time.
Oh yeah, I guess one thing too. My mother was talking when I was in the corner, or I was sitting beside her. Another reason why this is important for the youth to, you know, conceptualize and study their history, not even predicated just towards Congo, but like you said, Yoruba or the Ghana, or Ghana, anything African centered, especially going back to ancient Kemet and even beyond that, um, is that so there's something called epigenetics. You know, they talk about how an ancestor that went through trauma, torment, slavery, torture, you know, or even having very detrimental thoughts that can pass down to a generation. You know, so your thought, like I said, your thoughts can also dictate the cells in your body or your DNA. That's why they call it post-traumatic slave syndrome. So you look at the psychology of a people, a black people of today in America. The reason you may see them as, you know, very barbaric or lackluster in knowledge of self is because through generations of the past, you know, they have that their ancestors was going through, you know, certain things or they had lack of knowledge. So in in that concept, still, when an individual puts upon himself or herself, you know, for knowledge of self, then you start to unlock that ancestral DNA or that history. So that's another reason I study a lot too, because I know even beyond me, it's bigger than me now as an individual. Individuation is important, but it's really an illusion. Everything I do now is, you know, for my community, and that's how the ancestors viewed it too. So as I walk righteously, each righteously, um, this also goes to, you know, my mother, maybe to y'all in the spirit realm, you know, anything, you know, just everything we do should always be back into the community and relationship with one another. So I say thank you. Oh, and in the language of my father, they said Nzambe and Pungu was who they called God, but I think God is beyond linguistics. You know, if God is omnipresent, where is God not? And also, I think I could go for hours. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, my brother.
Yeah. I could. Yeah. Thank you.
Ashe, give thanks.
Give thanks.
My Lord, give thanks, Honorable. Behold our future, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord. Give thanks.
Yeah,
I'd like to take a note off of the program to say, I'm enjoying the wonderful food of the WFLL right now, as it has been delivered to me, and I give thanks, Empress. I give thanks. It's wonderful.
Enjoy it for me too. Enjoy it precisely.
Yes, Empress. What a wonderful thing for brethren and sisters to live together in unity and love.
I give thanks to my beloved sisters. Them, doing a great job.
Yes, Rastafari. Transcend boundaries, Yeah, our love transcend boundaries. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, Honorable Priest. So I'm going to pose a question still. So the brethren did come as a youth. You see, but why am I really pose a question now? There is certain things storing I as a elder when me see these things is not that it is new to I. So why I pose a question when all of these things now when the youth them see all of these things, the atrocities that take place with yourself, how a youth feel. So that me really want to ask if this story in I'm like a story in I. You understand? And I sure that is not I alone these things storing as a elder. So that more how do you manage it now when him say these type of thing that took place with our ancestors? That me know how him control it. You see it, and it's not everyone going to control it the same way. We know say some are going to carry it on a revolutionary way. You see it? So that we don't really want to ask him. You know what I mean? I don't know if him they get the question. Good one, perfect.
Blessed love. He just returned. He just returned. He heard. I think because I have to break it down for him as far as the patois. But if I'm explaining to him correctly, is that you want to know how he feels as a youth, how the atrocities and the torture and the trauma, how does he feel as a young person? He does have a story about that.
How we digested it. How we digested it.
How did you digest it?
Well, I guess ever since I was younger, everybody, everybody's different, but I'm very empathic, so I can't cry a lot. I get very emotional. Like even simply, I can meet a stranger and they could say, "Oh, so and so." They could tell me a sad story, and in 10 years, I'll still remember that story. But in terms of seeing the atrocities with our people, I don't know. This it's a spiritual warfare, so it's very cutthroat. Um, I know that for some reason the creator is allowing this to happen. Life is a linguistic story, so as evil is doing its deeds, the righteousness is also too. That back and forth for that flow of life, But I read a lot of atrocities. How they used to cook us. They have certain recipes. How they used to cook our bodies and harvest our organs. I guess the knowledge itself keeps me sane, just knowing our divinity, and that we come from a very powerful energy. I think that's truly what keeps me, aligned. Yeah, it's a lot of sad stuff though. White people are very they can be very, very dark. I don't hate them though. They're essentially still, our children in terms of, melanated people existing. But there's something about them, there's something about them that's very they lack, I would say, beauty, not in the terms of physical traits, but that divinity. But I think the most important is, we keep going in righteousness and studying ourselves and,
Yes, sir.
Getting back with the Creator within ourselves and with life itself, But yeah,
Thank you, my
I
brother.
digest it by just staying very disciplined and meditating with my soul and with the Creator.
My Lord.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks, Honorable. Yes, my Lord.
Good chairman. He
Go
said
ahead,
one very
please.
important thing, though. He said many important things, but there was one point that he made about, the post-traumatic slavery disorder that we are all suffering from. What he was speaking to is very important. The fact that unresolved, yes, I'm trying to draw for a word, sorry. Unresolved pain bodies is what he was alluding to. Traumas that took place in the past, confrontations, moments of darkness that were unresolved history. They are the professionals today, they call it unresolved pain bodies. And that is transferable, is what he was alluding to. So
Yes.
what we are seeing now, and we spoke about this some time back.
Your mic going in and out. Your mic is going in and out.
You will have a child born from your queen, and that child, you have other children, and out of your 5 children, one has a certain behavior, a pattern of behavior, and you are wondering where and how and why and all of that. And no matter how the experts and whoever assess it, we can't come up with a logical conclusion. Now, modern day science now is now identifying these issues as compounded pain bodies, unresolved. So we hand them off. So if 4 or 5 generations passes it on, it hasn't been dealt with. 5 and how many other generations. It becomes compounded because not only are you handing on what you receive from your ancestors as unresolved issues, yours that you have encountered in your life as well now adds to that you receive. So that's what they're calling compounded. So there has to be a point. That's why the experts, the Africans, the healers of today are telling us that we have to find ways of healing. We have to stop it here and now, that we don't pass it on to the next generation. See? And that is part of repatriation. Repatriation, returning home, is part of ending a certain psychosis that we have been going through post-slavery. So to reverse that psychosis, that's why they renamed the dungeons from the door of no return to the door of return. When we enter back through those doors now, we reverse that psychosis. That means anywhere you land on the continent, yeah, man, you reverse that psychosis. Anywhere you land and you step in now, you end that whole victim scenario and all of that scenario that we carry on our shoulder. Because until justice is dispensed, that burden is there. Whether we acknowledge it, whether we push it far back or we keep it up front, it is there. That's why we always chant, we tell the oppressor, we are giving you mercy to, by requiring of you redress for your past actions. It gives you a chance to redeem yourself and to save your own self. Yes. So our request is a very compassionate request. or demand, if you want to call it. See, there again is what Empress Cindy was alluding to. That's the level of humanness that we melanated people carry because we know that we are the parents of all ethnicities. So we have that humanistic approach and that merciful approach in dealing with people. Blessed Lord.
My Lord. Majesty bless.
Love, my Lord.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Like I say, humanity is pleasing. Our humanity bring we to this state.
Empress Nina's hand is up.
Yeah.
Empress who?
Nina.
Yes, Lord. My Lord.
Go ahead, Empress.
Pardon me. Blessed of our family, you thanks for life, and as once again, we talk for our work for done done. Yeah,
That voice, blessed love Empress. I need to look that voice, Majesty bless. Give
blessed
thanks.
of my Lord. Give thanks for our work. Yes, my Lord. It is true what the brethren say. There is a serious thing. It did so many things to us. It wasn't just a snatch away from your country. It was defilement. It was defilement. It was they snatched off the mother's breast and hung up on tree in the burning sun.
I almost
So
forget
many
to.
wicked atrocities happening to I and I, right? And
Yeah.
they always say the way to heal something is to give forgiveness, but they don't want to own up to what they did. They did us no wrong. So we can't get closure. And every time we hear that story, we hear somebody else get brutalized, it opens up all the wounds them again. All the wounds them again, like say it's you is happening to. They don't give us closure. They don't even want to admit what they did was wrong. You know? So it's like we have to find the God in ourselves and say to them, but
Yes.
you know, we're your teachers, we're bad down to your level. I don't use slavery to say that's my starting point in creation. I use slavery that when I want to get ranked, me tell them, say, your history, show me how wicked you people are. You know, your history, what you did to us, not what we did to you. So I use it as a beating stick, say, your history, show me how wicked you people can get. So I know not to play with you, privilege, over I and I. So, you know, we just have to humble, take it to the Lord in prayer, from our armchair, or wherever we're there, in spirit alone. God will fight our battles for us. One day we will get justice. Don't know when. It'll be in my lifetime, but one day justice has to be done because somebody out there has to say, no, it's not fair. Why are you dismissing what you did to them? You want to recognize everybody else, what you done to them, but why you don't want to recognize what you done to the Africans? You know, somebody somewhere, they're going to find an angel, someone has to stand up for us to give us that freedom to release that tension, to say, yeah, finally our voice is heard. Yeah, you know? So with that, also done,
bless.
give thanks for life, you know? Love.
Yes.
Onto the chair.
Right. Yes, Empress Maisie, and give thanks for these moments where we can even speak about it, because this is also a sort of therapy with our post-traumatic stress syndrome, if I call it right. Empress Maisie, go ahead.
Oh, Majesty, give thanks again, you know. Give thanks to the teaching of Jarastafari, you know. Great teaching going through. Councils of Elders, keep up the good work, what you all doing, right? Now you're educating us, you know, of what take place in Africa, about our African country and the whole scenario, right? But when I was in America, 2022, there were some advertisement on CNN about the African country, right? And one of the advertisement they advertise is the gate of no return, right? And when they advertise that, they open the door, but you can't see nothing. It's just smoke. It's just smoke you see within that wall, you know. And it reminds me when I was young and when I first came to the foundation, and the teaching was, when we go to Africa, if we thief anything or we tell lie, there will be a thick darkness, a cloud. will come and cover you, and you'll be no more. So when I see that, it reminds me of that teaching. So I'm wondering, is that real? You know, I think about it all the time. I was frightening when I see it. I said, oh my God, you know. So I'm asking, is that real? That advertisement real of the gate of no return? Or we
Well,
come to the gate?
yes, President Clinton made a journey to Ghana and he went through that door, that space. And above the gate, above the door of no return, it had a plaque written in French. Here they embarked on a journey filled with infinite misery. That is the note above the gate of no return.
So what that mean? What
Here
that
they,
mean? It is us they're speaking about, that they came and take us, you know, from our home, brought into the West.
remember that when we walked through that gate, we used to walk through straight into the ship. It's a high water place that is there. So the ship come and embark right there. And from that door, when they run me through the prison, and we come to that door. Because my mother and father, them went there too. And my mother and them say they still feel the anguish of the ancestors. They still could smell it. And the note I'll tell you said, here they embarked on a journey filled with infinite miseries. You want to say infinite miseries.
Okay.
Yes, I.
Give thanks.
That's how wicked the white one is, Rasta. They are some wicked.
Yeah, good answer to your. Very good answer to the question, though. Yeah, man, very good answer. You couldn't answer it no better. Seeing that sign, how you that interpretation, yeah.
Yes,
it answers Mama music. That means that door of no return is real, and that cloud of darkness, that symbolism that it represents is real as
symbolical.
well.
And here what make me cry, priest. Here what make me cry. When I see Roots, Alex Haley. No, I see the whole movie. The end of it was when he went to Africa itself, Alex Haley, and met Kunta Kinte, his family. Because remember, he was a descendant of Kunta, who they forced the name Toby. All right? And he actually met his family. Hear what put tears to my eyes, my Lord and Empress, when Alex Haley jumped in the ship with the American flag and tell him in family, bye. So this means to say now he's going back to that journey voluntarily.
Yes.
That brings tears to my eyes.
Wicked symbolism again.
Oh. So Royal Chair.
My lord.
I was saying no, so these youth not get immune, because no tears coming to their eyes anymore when them say, they are working on these youth even at the ghetto, you know, but the amount of dead body, them look for as little youth, you find it affect them now that and don't react with no more tears in their eyes anymore. This is what I'm still touching on, you know. Affect your us, but it comes like, you know, them that's get immune. Because when I look at youth, every second him come out and he can look on a dead body, you know, it affect him, man. Make him never behave like human anymore.
Yeah, our music, our music talk about that, you know, I think it's culture of somebody, where they say these things don't even affect we. Like when we did small, I never seen no such a dead body growing up. But the youth them nowadays. And nowadays, as a man gets shot, is a picture on flash on Instagram or them places. So they don't even talk about care in my hospital. Them picking out pictures and flashing. So yes, my lad, it does something. It does something. That's why it's again, you say it's so important for the Black Christ salvation. We address all aspects of humanity, temporal and spiritual, where it could be a healing balm also. When they get the information, the proper channel, it come as a healing balm. moving forward. Never again. You hear how the Jewish people say never again? Never again in this judgment. And I will close with this. The Farrakhan say, we sympathize with the Jewish Holocaust. But if you ever read about the Black Holocaust, a brass monkey will cry. My lord.
Wherever you look, you can see the destruction caused by humans. What you're looking at on the screen is the great rainforest. See what is being done to it. You know, so while there are things that we can control, there are things that we can control. Back up on that picture. Yeah, okay, thank you. No, go back to that. No, go back to what? I don't want to confuse. Yes, thank you. Leave that one. Look at all that now. See, that's the kind of destruction. That's why an ancient African, when him look on the chainsaw, him said that is one of the wickedest inventions man invent.
Selassie.
One of the wickedest invention, man, because whereas it would have take 2, 4, 6 months, how many days to chop down certain amount of tree and certain thing. Man, the chainsaw walk through that in hours, man, in hours. Seeing? So the destruction is massive. Look at the beauty of the place.
And I you tell say Marcus Garvey's son is on a driveway planting trees to my land in Africa.
And to over 200,000 already.
All right.
Yeah, you have several of them doing them thing, you know, in their own way to contribute where they can, and yeah, same way I and I for us do I and I little thing in whatever little way we can. This is one of it. Like there I said, it's a way of healing, but it's also a way of shouting out to the world, yeah, and making them know what is happening. See,
Rastafari.
The pygmy, the pygmies, the oldest people, you know, the oldest Afrocentric people that is known, you know. You hear what they call them? Who were the first people before we had agricultural people? Hunters and gatherers. That is what they were called, hunters and gatherers. And we are seeing them disappear like how we see every other animal disappear till you don't have it. The Tasmanian tiger. That disappeared in our lifetime. The Tasmanian tiger disappeared in our life. You don't even have one in a zoo right now to show you what a Tasmanian tiger look like. My lord. This animal right on the screen right now is endangered.
Whoa. What kind of that name? You don't know.
It's a kind, yeah, but it's a kind of, look at it. It's a kind of antelope. It's a kind of one of them deer coming from the deer family, my lord. You know, if you look at it, and it also have a kind of look, you know, like like a family of the zebra.
Zebra, diversity, yeah.
It's a unique animal, Rasta. And it's an original animal, not a crossbred of nothing. This is an original animal to that region.
But you don't think say a crossbreed or animal just a mate with other animals, you know?
Yeah.
But that's how it really happened. That's how it happened in the past, you know, my lad. When things get endangered and them down to a certain number, they end up crossbreed for survival, you know, and nature that, you know. It's a natural process, so, you know, we might be looking at one of them right here, a hybrid between the zebra and something else.
You know, say,
here you have.
That is how, yeah. You know, that's how you like get hermaphrodite. If you lick out all the male them, after a while, plant a ton male and female, just for months, you know.
Self-preservation, you call it.
Yes.
There is a species of bullfrog, toads, that during their time, they became endangered. And this is something that them can Google. And that frog became unisex or multisex.
Saying.
Multisex, a two gender. It became male and female in itself, according to how the scientists put it, for self-preservation.
Right.
So many things happen, man. Nature is very different, man. What about the crocodile that
Yes.
can live underneath the water? No, that don't have to come up because of self-survival. Back in the day, it had to take to the caves underneath the water, and it reached a stage now where it can
grow gills. It grow gills.
Yes, it can stay under the water, my lord. That is nature mutating for survival. See? Yeah. Here you have the endangered species again, the elephants. Too large, eat too much. The amount that they eat in a day, see, they need open range to live. Man and man is encroaching on every open range that is leaving them no space for survival. So here it is. Look at that, beautiful. Yeah, and all of these are from the Congo Basin. See, growing up, I used to hear that word they use all the while in a Congo Basin. All around, all in a Jamaica here, we have places a man called Congo Basin, and I never associated it with anything historical until coming up in Rasta. I realized where it came from. This great place here. You talk about the Garden of Eden, you're looking at it.
Yeah. Yes, I. Yes, I. You know, say me get a book already. I say, and that the Garden of Eden was the whole Africa, and which part man and woman soul start dwell was in the Horn in Ethiopia. And a book print like that, you know, I lose it now, but yeah.
You know, it's back. Growing up, coming up in a Rasta, I read books like that too. One of them, the original Lion of Judah, is an ancient book that back in them time it was a hardcover. Seeing first one I saw was Ras Miguel when I a little youth and visited him. Seeing, and after that, now I man come bucket for my own in a library. See, and same way it described the land of Kush, Abyssinia, and that whole, you know, yes, as the incubator of humanity.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, man, we're not wrong, my lad. We are not wrong because they have not disproved it. They have not come up with any other evidence to disprove it. See, last week we did the Nile Valley and it showed you where stone tools were invented, where agriculture was formalized, meaning became an institution. See, right there along the Nile Valley among our ancestors.
Right.
Look at all this.
And I'm a priest. Yes, priest.
Yes, I just want to ask, you know, the difference between the pygmy and the, you know, some little short people with small hands and
dwarf.
The pygmy, the small people, then, right?
The little people, them, yeah. They don't like to call them dwarfs. Little people.
Yes, these small people in Africa. When you look on them, they are perfect farm. They don't look like the little dwarf people. You know, the little dwarf with sharp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't say these people don't shape like some little people. That about, you know what I mean? Like you look on a little princess and she shape growing. You understand? Or a little prince.
I understand.
It's not all the pygmy look like a little princess, well farmed, not looking like those type of.
Them they're short. Them they're short. Them may look like they're not fully developed. Them they're short.
Yes, and look like some little children properly.
Yeah.
Yes. So I know say you don't care no age on these people. You see, it's to show you say the first set of people on the face of the earth will still be known as the children of God. Yes, we may say that is one of their name also. So, people still recognize them as children. You see it well knowledgeable according to this the structure of them then. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's how I know about them. There's no age on them. Even the Sphinx, them say the Sphinx kind of more resemble. You know what I mean? Yeah, those type of people, that lion type of figure there. One perfect love.
My lord.
Jim.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. The question when the Empress asked was that she hear that when you go in Africa and you do wrong, that a cloud would come and take you.
Yeah, an allegory. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that a comment coming from Kiban. That's when the Empress asked. That's when you're leaving out to Africa. That when you return to Africa.
But we see that that's symbolical reason priest alumni.
Okay.
Yeah, it's allegory, it's the allegory and it's just symbolic. And she understood that because what she's saying is that depiction is depicts anything of reality. And what
natural.
What you when you spoke about what was written in French and you described it answers the question perfectly. See? It symbolizes infinite suffering. Yeah, that
so you
will
always see that darkness.
Yeah, that infinite suffering of I and I as a people.
Chair,
Yes, Empress.
we have a next question.
Freedom.
Is only the Black nation carry those short people, my lord?
No.
Because I never
only us carry pygmies, but not only us carry dwarf or short people, because you have white short people, you have white dwarf and Spanish dwarf, and you have different ones like that. But the pygmy is different. The pygmy is different because they are a ethnicity. They are not an anomaly. They are not a deformity. It's not an anomaly. That means it's not something that just like come from a normal family, a man and a woman who are average height, but their child end up being dwarfed, seeing which is what we see happening in the West here. See, the pygmies are not like that, is what Priest Earl was kind of describing a while ago. The pygmies are a fully created people that have no signs of anomaly. They are just, they look fully developed, just in a shorter version of people. See? They are a created ethnicity, not a by happenstance or a hybrid, or a crossbreed or certain things. Back in the day, I don't know about the item, but growing up, you used to hear these rumors, among the folklore, that a lot of the dwarf and those kind of anomalies came from inbreeding. See, I don't know if the item did hear them thing they're growing up, but I can't speak to it. I'm not a scientist. Yes, I am not a scientist. I can't really justify it and say it is. But them always tell you when you use certain room, if it not go close to so something or something. My lord.
Chair.
Yes, my lord.
Honorable, yes. I think pygmy is a name what the Portuguese gave them, and the name for them is the Twa.
The Kwa. KWA.
Yeah, and they were very revered in the pyramid. They were treated like gods because they saying is out of the Twa is where all mankind come from. I get African culture and thing when I was a youth from my brother and sister. They were into Black Power movement. And my brother had done some research on that, and he was telling me that we come from the Twa. You know, he's a man that took me before my father, before my
big
father for my father to let me know the God was black. So I get that from my youth. From the time I was growing up as a youth, you know, that God was
so
black.
pygmy is a western word to depict the Kwa.
Twa. The TW,
Yeah.
Twa. That's what I remember.
Twa, TW, yeah, I read that, yeah. Yeah, Twa. So that's what I'm saying. The word pygmy is a European word that they use to describe the Twa people.
Yeah.
You know, my lad, I know. I just want to quickly interject here and leg up Alamta because you know he has a point that I guess he's trying to get to. But you see, being that the pygmies are one of the first race of people recorded on the planet back in the original age, them have a name that starts with that A. See, we just have to do the research and figure it out because
it wasn't Twa. It wasn't Twa.
I'm not even going there. I'm not negating the Twa people being the same people because there's different strains of us coming from the same source. So they can be coming from the same source. What I'm saying, the original what we call pygmy people. Because back in the day, by language, the A is what they use to symbolize the first creation, the first, like what is the first letter of the alphabet. What I'm saying is that's how this whole concept of Atlantis, Ethiopia, the ancient spelling of Ethiopia wasn't E, you know, it was A-E.
Ethiopia.
Same thing was the ocean. The ocean was spelled the same way. So, being that they are the first people, I can almost guarantee that there is a name, ancient name, that is linked to them differently from these modern names that we are hearing now. Because sometimes you have to take some deep dive in our history to get to some levels of where we are searching. My lord.
Brady, Brady. Just something what Empress Diana just research and she put it in the chat. The animal, what did he put up and he say look like part zebra? The animal is called a okapi. It is close. It is a close relative to the giraffe. Okapi. Okapi. O-K-A-P-I. Okapi. That animal, what you did show stripes and look like, and you say it look like an antelope or the animals called it a copy. The first one with the zebra stripes and
Yeah, man, at the back, the zebra stripes at the back leg.
That's the one, yeah, that's called a copy. Copy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
To the chair.
Let's just research it and put it in the chat.
Yes, man.
Give thanks.
To the chair.
Yes, Honorable Empress.
I have to agree with Priest Alumna. I've heard of that same word, twa. And yeah, I heard of that word. I've heard of that to describe pygmy people, but the term pygmy is a Greek word and it means dwarf. But the pygmy people do not have an anomaly like what Priest Dougie just said. They don't have no form of dwarfism. They just adapted to their environment. That's why they are the stature that they are. They don't have no form of dwarfism. In fact, what he just said, they have an ancient genetic lineage. So they're not they don't come excuse me, they don't have no genetic anomaly for them to be called dwarfs because they don't suffer from dwarfism. If you look at a little person versus a pygmy, right, or a twa person, a little person would have like their limbs are like the size of a regular person, except they have like short hands and stuff like that. But a Twa person has everything in a normal kind of way. They don't have anything that looks exactly.
Dimensional. Yes.
Exactly.
The King of Kings was a small person, you know, at 5'2". Yeah.
You remember the rumors? Priest Adigan. The rumor.
Emperor was 2.
Priest Adigan. You remember the rumors them after the emperor vacated the throne. Remember the rumors, right? One of the rumors. No, when him say him was seen entering the equatorial forest with the pygmies.
Yes.
That was about the even all right. Quickly, I don't mean to take up on time, but quickly given a real time story. Seeing I and I bridging Dr. Pee Wee. See, we have him on tape giving the whole history of this. So we have it recorded for perpetuity. See, he was privileged to go on a delegation with the Prophet Gad and a team of ones from 12 tribes. And they were venturing to go into the equatorial forest because of the history and the understanding that we as Rastafari have, you know, and wanting to connect with nature and the origins of everything. They got to the entrance of the forest, seeing the whole team. And when the what I call the guards, like or gate man, like how we have the gate man, what I call the gate man, came out now to interview them to find out what them want, what was their purpose there. Seeing they expressed themselves and everything. One thing happened that deterred a portion of them from going. Gad had an aide with him. That aide was a white Italian woman. And the pygmy them, none of that. None at all. So they did not allow Gad to go in because Gad he needed her, I guess she was his nurse, whatever she was. So he and a crew didn't get to go in. Just a small group from among them got to go in there and reason with the I would say the chiefs or whoever they call the head of that, because more than one village, you know, but the head of the village that's closest to the entrance of the forest. See, so these are real things and real connections to our reality. That's why we even highlight it. And the fact that the rumor said that upon disappearing, the only other sighting of the emperor on the continent was entering the equatorial forest, where the pygmies are among the pygmies. So when we look at his height being 5'4", then you know we can almost kind of correlate it and say, yeah, there could be a possibility to it. Yes, we know we have no scientific or tangible factual proof. It was only a rumor and something said, but we can see why those rumors would exist. You know, there's a connection there, is what I'm saying. There is a connection there. See, and it comes from even the Batawe. The Batawe themselves have a connection to the equatorial forest. So there's deep history here to unfold, family. Bless you.
Another small people who is a rainforest preservers as well is the Baka tribe. They are short like the pygmies. I think they're relative, but I them ever hear of that? Them the Baka?
Is that the Bantu tribe?
No, the Baka. The Baka tribe.
Yeah, the brethren was speaking about the Baka required, the pygmy.
Well, I don't know. I know that the Baka, when you see the Baka, them look like pygmy, because I watched them on documentary and I remember a woman. She had a baby, and soon as after she just give birth, right? So her cycle would have been up on her after having birth, and the woman just put on her wrappers, put her baby on her back, right? And was back in the field, getting wood and doing her day-to-day duties, and she just had a baby. And I looked at it and
which
I said,
region them come from, Prince?
Baka.
Which region them come from?
You mean Bayaka? Do you mean Bayaka?
No, Baka, the Baka tribe. Baka, B.
Spell it.
B-A-K-A, Baka.
Okay, I see something different called Bayaka.
Which region are they from, Empress?
Central African Republic.
Okay. All right. And where are you talking about now, Honorable Priest Adigan? Do you know what region the backup people
No,
originate?
it might be the same part where she speak what the Empress mentioned, but it's a while back.
Okay.
It was, but the resemblance of them, like I say, I don't hear much of them. I don't know if they're still in existence, but they look just like the pygmy them, you know. But where them dwell, they were referred to as rainforest preservers, like you speak of the pygmy. So when I think of the pygmy, the Baka comes to mind also what I did.
I think I just said people and priests. Yeah, man, I just said people, you know. As long as they are these small people look like small children, you know what I mean? Not the farm one where, you know what I mean, where most of the white people them look like.
The one them with stumpy limbs. The one them with stumpy limbs where them call
And the fact
dwarf.
that the Empress said that they come from Central Africa too. Central Africa is the home of the pygmies, the home of short people. That race of short people, you know. But as I say, when you look at the Ethiopian, you have a set of Ethiopians. Not all Ethiopians are short because Ethiopians have kind of mixed with a lot of different Africans over the years. See, that's where this whole Semitic thing come in and all kind of different thing. Like, you know, them is that Hamitic as well, you know. Because if Ham, Sham, and Japhet come from one father and mother, I don't see the difference in ethnicity or in bloodline. See, but the allegory, the religious allegory paints them as different ethnicities. Like the emperor was Semitic, that means him different from a virgin them down sub-Sahara. You know, like even the pygmy them and other ones down there. When we know says one, as scientists have proven, is one Mother Eve, is one Africa Eve, all people come from. So this distinction is sometimes very misleading. Again, like I say, you have a set of short Ethiopians that are tribal. Like if you look at them, they come from a certain tribe. So it's a tribal thing why they are short like that, and they have no anomaly either. They are not developed any way. They are perfectly, you know, balanced in all their limbs and everything, just like the pygmy. See, but they don't grow beyond 5 foot mash. See, again, I guess if we trace the using DNA, trace you'll see where they come from because remember, you know, the migration. If you study the migration system of Africa, you will see how it starts and where the migration, the map flows it because there's a starting point and then it flows into the different regions and then out to the world and bam, bam, bam. So there's a way in which migration took place from the original source. See, and why I said the word a while ago, priest Adigan, Bantu. Bantu is a set of ones and ones. It's indigenous groups, not one. You have different groups that are considered Bantu tribes, see, which are just indigenous people from a certain region. Listen.
My Lord.
Blessed love.
Yes,
I want to. This is Empress Akim. May I speak?
Yes, Empress.
So I was just sitting here thinking, I was like, you know, pygmy people, as a young child, when I would see them, you know, National Geographic, I would think that they were like maybe a much less than 4 feet for some reason, maybe like 3 feet, right? 3 feet tall. And I was just thinking, my grandmother was 4'11". She was only 4'11". And I am 5'4". And I'm the tallest on my mother's side. And my mother's mother was 4'11". I just Googled, we don't know if Google is the truth most of the time, but I Googled what was the average height of the pygmy and they said 4'11". And although my grandmother was short, I never thought that would be the height of a pygmy, maybe shorter, I would think. But we even called her Shorty. That was her nickname. And so I just wanted to share that because it made me think about myself. I'm thinking, we say the emperor was what, 5'4", and I would look at him
Yes.
well, in
5'2".
height. Yes. Oh,
5'2"
5'2".
in height.
Okay, I
5'2".
can see that. I can see that.
Empress Many was shorter.
Really?
Yes, Empress Many was shorter. Right? Because I have the book where the two of them is sitting down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just a few inches, but Empress Many was actually shorter than the Emperor.
Wow.
So,
very interesting. Okay.
So it's to say we are just talking about one and the same, because we could have say something we are speaking about. So you're the Empress.
You know, it's true, you know, because we quite don't know where we're from as a people. You know, you take a look at, like, I can identify people that are from either Eritrea or Ethiopia, right? Because they have a certain look, you know, and then as I study people, I tend to know where they're from, and I will ask them, where are you from? And I will always get it on the head, you know, because there's a certain look, you know. So as we learn these things, we learn about ourselves. You know, spiritually though, I've always felt that I was led to the Kenya people. And I say that because I make jewelry. I'm really good at beading. I have accumulated the necklaces of the people. Like, it would just happen to come to me. One day, I used to live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I would shop at some of the thrift stores. And while I was in there, I saw a necklace, and I'm like, oh my God, I was surprised. One of the Maasai necklaces. And I knew the pattern, I knew all of that. And I was like, okay, I looked at the material, being that I make jewelry, I looked at the material, and I was like, this wasn't made locally. So as people come to the States, you know, they probably give up some of their wares, you know what I mean, that they had when they were people, and they sold it to me for 99 cents. I was so excited. Look, I paid for it first before I paid for it first before I let them know what it was. And afterwards, I was like, do you know what you just sold me? You know, those people are looking like, what is she talking about? But, you know, just these things are very, very important as we study culture, because you get to learn yourself, you know. So, you know, you never know. Like I said, I identify with the Maasai. I have cloth. My favorite color is red. Typically their wraps are red, you know, from the way I wear my hair, you know, even down when you think about tribal, the body piercings, although, you know, on this side of the world, I know certain things are seen as taboo, but when you really truly tap into yourself, you will start identifying with certain things. Like, I have a lip piercing, you know, my son wears gauges in his teeth, you know, so there's certain things that you're drawn to. You know, you're drawn to it because you know you've studied yourself. You know, you studied yourself enough to realize that this is what I identify with, you know. So I give thanks for, you know, these conversations, you know, because they run deep, you know, as we, you know, learn the tribal people. Yeah. Rastafari.
Wherein, yeah, I'm saying before you start, wherein we might have cultural differences, what brings us all as one is our African ethnicity.
Yes,
and that cannot
yes,
change.
yes.
You know? Majesty bless. Yes, Empress.
Go on to.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. In regards to what Priest Adigan said, there are Baka people, but I believe that they're in the eastern province of Cameroon, because I'm seeing a picture here of Baka, Baka dancers.
You're right. As you said that, yeah, it comes back to me. Yes, you're right. It is there. It is there. That's so. It's Cameroon for true. Yeah, give thanks, Empress.
No problem. And I also wanted to make note that when we thinking about the pygmies, let's not think about them in just one way, because there are different ethnic pygmies and they're in different parts of Africa. So you have pygmies in the Congo, you have pygmies in Cameroon, Gabon, Central African Republic. You even have pygmies in Uganda, and they have their different languages and their different, you know, cultures and stuff like that. So I just wanted to clarify that. And also about the Twa people. I don't, what I'm seeing here on my end is There are people called Twa people, but I don't think that's the whole name of the people, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a part in the map of the continent, and there's a Twa region there, in the southern part of the Congo. I also wanted to say that in the 1970s and 1974, there was an Afro-Caribbean record label by the name of the Fania All Stars. And in 1974, there was a big, huge performance in Zaire, because remember back, they had changed the name to Zaire. So many of the people from that record label, Afro-Caribbean people from Puerto Rico, Cuba, Dominican Republic, they all went to a stadium where there was 80,000 people in Kinshasa, and they, appeared to for this performance, because they were the concert was in it was in Zaire, and they performed at a music festival in conjunction with the Rumble in the Jungle heavyweight championship between George Foreman and Muhammad Ali. That was taking place during that time. And I just wanted to say that there were 31 performing groups, 17 from Zaire and 14 from overseas. And some of the people that performed at this concert were James Brown, Bill Withers, B.B. King, Miriam Makeba, some other jazz people. But Celia, the queen of salsa, the Afro-Cuban performer known as Celia Cruz, she was there. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation, since we was talking about Congo and stuff like that. Give thanks.
That's it, love. Glorify.
Bless the
Yeah,
love.
Empress. Another thing you want to bring up. Years ago, our father did bring a case against the I think it was about the slavery and the slave trade, the emancipation. And when him bring the case, the answer them send back was vexatious and frivolous. Now, I know what vexatious mean, but I didn't know what frivolous mean. So I look up the word frivolous. And frivolous come down to mean petty.
No merit. Have no merit. Having no merit.
Yeah, so when we say, all right, then you put down 2 counts. You said the argument we're bringing is frivolous and vexatious. So we say, oh, it's petty that you don't want to recognize it, but it's vexatious because we're bringing it up. It's a truth where you don't want to admit to, right? Because you remember when the argument was brought to the British Crown, about slavery, them say we not have no argument because slavery was legal. It was a legal thing, so them say we not have no argument for go on no court.
The words of the Queen, the words of the Queen was that at that time it was not a crime against humanity.
Right. But what I'm saying, when our father, the right honorable King Emmanuel, bring up that now, said that the British Crown have to go to the Privy Council or go to the International Court of Human Rights, the answer them give back from the judicial system was, it is frivolous and vexatious. And I said, oh, it's petty to Uno. It's of no merit to you, but it's vexatious because we're bringing it up. Yeah.
My Lord.
My Lord. So you see,
You see, anytime that you see that same case now, after that case, the first international lawsuit that was filed by Ras Miguel Lawn and a group from here, a group of racists from Jamaica here. And how did they turn it down? In the same manner, pretty much the same manner. Only thing that they cited that for that case now to be heard at the highest level, we would first have to prove our ethnicity, that we are descendants of slaves. So yes, at that time now, remember say DNA was just coming in and it was out of our reach. But money wise and access, because DNA was just being used by governments like US and England and them places there. Not even Jamaica did have. And we still don't have no great DNA process down here to really identify certain things. Them still have to send certain things overseas. See? So what I'm saying is that was what it's almost, they were being frivolous now in their justification. Because how did black people get around here? See? Yeah, that's what Ras Miguel said in when I'm interviewing him too. Then it's just being outright ridiculous, because how did people of African ancestry get around here? We didn't sail over voluntarily, and even when the Moors were doing their thing, they were navigators. They weren't conquerors. They didn't come and inhabit places. Saying so, even though they were sailing the seas from those early days before slavery and them way there, seeing that was not their thing. So how did we get around here? So yeah, it's another frivolous, they make the whole process so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully now that we have DNA, because I heard a recent interview where the brethren said the next file they're gonna file is against, and that came out again. That came out just the other day, just before I said this social media thing saying that Jamaica is filing or approaching the King of England for restitution towards slavery. The same thing came out before that, where the RAS said that the attorney said that their next filing they'll be using DNA, seen, so there will be no discrepancy. They'll be able to draft DNA proof on list of ones that were landed in Jamaica and their family line. Seeing so all of these things are coming up and topical and happening, as much as we are speaking about it like it's something far distant and in the past. My Lord.
Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress. I don't know if the item see the thing with Donald Trump the other day, and the woman from the Congo, and he was describing her as beautiful, and him say him could lose him job. Him run a joke and a lose on the Mala Shaker, and the item see that footage there?
No.
She's some minister from the Congo. I think she come from the Congo, and Donald Trump was looking at her and admiring, and he referred to her as beautiful, and he said, "Look at her, she's beautiful." And he said, "I could lose my job for this," and he been running the joke, and he shake her hand, and he was telling her how good looking she was. So I don't know if the them see that footage, but it's something recent. What was going on in America? I think she was representing the Congo.
Yeah, they had the African Forum. They had some from African Forum recently. I don't know. I wasn't following it up, or I haven't followed it up. So that's good to know.
And as the item I say that, as the item aware of priest Isaac trip to the Ethiopia.
Yeah, me see it.
All right.
Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love. Yes, Empress.
So I wanted to shift a minute, if I can. I wanted to talk about the music that was shared in the videos. Being that I love music and dance, a few things have come to me that I wanted to share. And my son also, when he was sitting in listening, he was wondering, had the elders, the priests, had studied any of the spiritual aspects of some of these ancient ways, because he also studies that. But I wanted to talk about the music, the power of the music, and how that is transferred over into modern day and dance itself. So I'm sure you all are familiar with Kumina dance, right?
Yeah.
I've researched that, and that also comes from the Congo. Because I wanted to learn more about it. And then just recently, me and my son have been studying Afro-Cuban dance. And a lot of those movements and the songs actually come from Congo as well. So we've been delving into that a lot, being that we love the arts. And I just making these relations, with the drums. And, they mentioned Nyabingi in one of the videos. And just bringing these things all together. I see now why my children's father is so egotistical to some extent about Congo. Congo has given birth to many things, and he loves Congo a lot. And as I'm learning more, as my son is learning these things, Congo is the birth of, I guess I would say, a lot of the herbs, a lot of the foods that we currently eat, the dancing, they have contributed to a lot. And I think too, as one thing that bothers me a lot, I teach when I talk about the spirituality of dance. I talk about the movements that a lot of women are doing that are very degrading to the body. But I think that they are trying to emulate some of the moves because it's internal, right? The rhythms still run through us, but they emulate these moves in a very condescending way to women. But in Africa, they do the same movements, but it's for a different purpose. You're channeling your womb, the power of the womb, and then the sacral chakra, which is sacred. It comes from that word that means righteous or holy. And so when I study those things, I see a lot of the similarities, and I'm learning even more the contribution that Congo has had to the culture. And I just wanted to share that, because we had that video that highlighted the music, and that was one other thing we were talking about, how the power of music was used during warfare, or, when there was, differences in the land, and then, they had to fight. The music and the drums a lot of times would be what, even scripture talks about. I can't think of where the location is now, but that we never really had to go into warfare physically, because spiritually, just through the drums and the trance that it take you, to. My son was mentioning earlier too, that certain aspects of the music and the tones can actually make you go into a trance, and you summoning in the power of your ancestors. That's something that he's come across. And so just those things alone, contribute to why, Nyabingi is important to us, and the power also that is in Rastafari. So I just want to, as we're talking, I'm just thinking on that aspect, and I just wanted to share that. Blessed love.
Lovely. To the chair.
Go ahead, priest.
Yeah. Nyabingi as a ceremony now. Now, what I and I come to know round here is an evolved version of Nyabingi. Has the same essence, the same origin, the same, source and all of that, but a developed version into what we know and see today. Now, when you read history, I was privileged to read a book some years ago. One and only time I saw it, I've never seen another copy of it. I've never been able to resource it as much as I've been in the book business and been a seller and publisher of books for years. Never found it again. But I was privileged to read it from Mama Desta. Mama Desta, I visited Mama Desta and was spending some time by her. And I was in her Trueberry going through her books and came across this book. Very old. The pages were so old and brittle. As you touch it, it want to come apart. It want to just disintegrate in your hand. So you have to be very careful in reading it. It was the history. The title was History of the Ancient order of Nyabingi. And in it describes a ceremony, which is what I'm alluding to about the dancing. It describes a ceremony, a Nyabingi ceremony that was done during preparation for an invasion. Seeing the queen was preparing her tribe to resist British European invasion, whether it was the British or the Portuguese invasion. Seeing, and they said that it was for a couple days the drum didn't stop beating and they didn't stop chanting and preparing. Seeing, what they were doing is invoking the spirit of their ancestors into themselves and into their midst. Yes. And as they did that, the type of music changed from one rhythm to different rhythms, because different music takes you to different levels of vibration, as we come to know. Seeing, now, saying all that to say, by the time the invaders had got within earshot of the village or where they were chanting, the writing says that the music discombobulated the soldiers. They started to hallucinate. They started to see things in the forest that wasn't there. Things that I guess were fear factors in their lives, the things that frightened them. So put it this way, their fears came to life from the rhythm of the music. And in that specific battle, according to the writing now, it says, and this is how I understand what they call the art of war. They say that the queen was able to defeat the invaders without firing a shot or losing a warrior. Seen, because they got discombobulated, their whole structure got torn apart. So they had no order, no sequence, no pattern, no nothing. They were just, and eventually had to retreat to wherever they retreated to and leave. So I'm saying, I'm just using this story to show us the levels from where the Empress is coming from. There is an anciency to the music. Music have specific uses. See, you have communication, where the drumming pattern and the drumming rhythm is about sending a message to the next village down the line, the next two villages over. See, and by the rhythm and the pattern, the village can hear and acknowledge what the warning is or what the message is. See, so yeah, our music has distinctive use. See, it's just how it has been used against us. Why our ancient and our elders was weary with secular music. Our ancient stuck to the war music because, yeah, we were in a war mode, see, in a defensive mode. So Nyabingi was the only tool that we had that could defend us in that way. But that doesn't say that the different genres that originated on the continent and were exported to the rest of the world doesn't have purpose, use, and reason behind it. Give thanks.
Royal Jim. Royal Jim.
Go ahead, priest.
Yeah, I know that on St. Croix, when they were warring with the Danish, I think it was, they would beat the drum and then they would rub the drum. It was like they would hit it boom, and then they would like make it like rub it like woo, woo, woo. And that must mean we moving up. I'm gonna get a little more history on it, but that's what I remember, hearing from a cousin of mine who was way into that. So when they hit the drum, they would rub it like woo, woo, woo. That's like we moving up. We moving up. So it was a talking drum them. So yeah, even though they could have sent messages to each other with a drum, it would mess with the rhythm of the people because their heartbeat, I think, is what affect them. You know, they affect them soldiers who was coming toward the village you're talking about in Africa. So the drum would definitely discomfort them. My Lord and Empress.
Blessed love.
Majesty,
May I
my
share?
Lord.
May I
Bless
share
the
something?
love. Go ahead, Empress. Go ahead.
So I was just sitting here thinking, wow, the power of music, and Priest Rasavana, big up. Bless it, because what you share is really, really deep. And so I wanted to bring up this concept of Satan, right? And I say that because, you know, when you think about scripture talks about the devil or Satan being the god of music, right? That alone says something about the symbolism of how important music is, right? But in more of the scientific belief system, I would say now, when you think about the number 666, it is 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, and 6 protons, right? This has been the conversation lately about the science. So when you think about that balance and within our system, and how music can contribute to the balance or the unbalance of a person, you know, this is why music is so important. You know, I know for me, I feel music on a cellular level. I just had that experience earlier today, and partly because I'm very in tune with sounds. And when I was younger, my dad is a drummer, and when he would take me to rehearsal, I would sit at the bass drum all the time. And it just, you know, it just did something to me. And then being able to hear all the instruments, and we're not talking about digital music, but being able to hear all the instruments, it would do something to me. And so the power of music is something that we should not play with, because now that as we go deeper into learning how it affects us spiritually, we need to get back into that, not see so many things as taboo, or actually also see the balance even in Nyabingi, that it is used for spiritual purposes and peace, right? But it's also used, in which we use it as that. You know, we talk about burning and fire this and fire that. But when we really learn different rhythms, or learn the rhythm with this that is within us, and play that and allow some freedom, this is the height that we're supposed to be going when it comes to our moving up spiritually, which the priest just said before I came on about the leveling up, you know. And so just thinking on those things, and again, like, why was music seen as being carried by what we see as a dark entity? But I think of it as, if you listen to music that is unrighteous, it will take you in your lower, you know, vibration, right? So I'm very sensitive and, you know, about listening to certain things, you know. And then again, the music being used to take you to higher heights, you know. Reggae, when you think about reggae, you know, roots reggae, you know, that's how, like, in the Christian world, when I was in the Christian world, it would be gospel music, right? But I still listen to gospel every once in a while. But the power of roots reggae, you know, the heights that it takes you in, you know, is very, very powerful. And I just wanted to share that, and share those concepts and ideas that are, you know, going around now about music, you know, and the 666 symbolism and things like that, you know. Blessed love.
Yeah, to the chair. Empress, you triggered a thing. You triggered a memory. I just, a couple days ago, watched a documentary, listening to a brother. I mean, I listened to almost the whole entire thing, which is not normal for me right now with the amount of things that I'm doing, but to how interesting it was. But as the brethren got into reasoning, you know, something came up about music and how music is, and he stated it. He says, and it's something I always say on my program: music is a universal language. See, it's a universal language, and that is scientifically proven. I myself have done research in that. While I was doing research in the medical ganja field at the facility in Negril, I grew different strains of ganja for research. Now, one of the research that I did, I grew a crop that I exposed to constant music, meaning I mounted speakers throughout the grow area and constantly played music low, but creating a vibration and a sensation among the plants. And there is a distinct difference with foliage that is exposed to constant vibrations like that. See? So what I'm saying is the frequency of music that is created by now, and you said it a while ago, and I'm glad you said that, not digital. Digital is what you call synthesized music. It is not real. It's not from the emotion. It's not connected to the spirit. See? Real music is connected to the spirit. See? It comes from within. It's an expression of life that vibrates, and you express that vibration through your hands, mouth, so forth. See, and you always hear them telling you when you're singing, sing from your gut, sing from your interior, sing from your essence. See, well, that is where music comes from. Now we're talking about analog music, or even deeper yet, acoustic music. Music that is created from natural instruments, not attached to any electricity or things like that. And Africa developed a lot of those. You had the tom instrument. You had the what we call the harp, what they call the harp, which is a string instrument made from strings, and those original ones were made from original strings, vine strings that they harvested. So music came from a certain space and has a certain purpose. In our war, remember, we are here in the West fighting a battle for survival. We have not had the luxury to dwell back into the memory of music on that wide, deep level. Our focus had to be on defense, as I said earlier, see, which is where Rastafari is. We are a resistance movement. So our music is Nyabingi as a music of inspiration and defense, because they go hand in glove, inspiration and defense. Blessed. Honorable Chair, I don't hear you for a minute.
My Lord. Yes, yes, my Lord.
And
you take the word out of my mouth, though. Music is a universal language. And as you say, and as we say, from a little time, how everything are connect, all the dots are connect. As it is above, so it is below. So the music that it was invented from a positive, holistic point of view. But then when the white will come and hold on to it now, and it takes a different turn. But music is universal language, my lord. Yeah.
And Empress Akim, I hope that made a little sense to you, along with what you were saying. Give thanks.
Indeed, it did. Yes, most definitely. Yes, indeed. Give thanks.
And remembering that the string instruments were used for healing the body.
True.
When the body is sick, gospel music, and not the gospel music as we know it today. I mean, the real soulful, where you just said, it comes from deep down within, was a way of slaves communicating with each other. Letting them know, well, I'm here to get you, or Master is coming, or, they always sang it in some kind of gospel music way too. And third, the Nyabingi music is just that drum beat, that essence, that deep feeling of self. And it puts you in a trance. That's why when the Queen you said when the queen was doing the different music that she would not, none of her people would be harmed. Those that were coming to fight her would go and they would be discombobulated because the Nyabingi music does that. Just like, for instance, the gospel music. I think one of the last people, if I can remember well, that really sung that gospel music that came from deep down was Mahalia Jackson. And I can listen to her 24/7, 365. She just had that soulful way of bringing out what she needed to bring out, you know? Yeah. Oh, but yeah, just wanted to bring those pointers across about the different types of music.
Majesty, bless and praise. Yes. Honorable Priest Sevens, my lord.
Give thanks. As I hear we talk about it now, I bring the chant come to my head. Man is music and music is man, you know?
Rastafari.
Walking and stalking like a living man, you know?
Yes, man.
You see, so this is the thing now, right? Any repeated vibration becomes a frequency, right? But the thing with music now, it is the vibration is repeated so constant in our music, from the rhythm to the chorus to the words is repeated constantly. So if I say true, say that vibration repeated constantly is going to overpower any other vibration that is not repeated as constant. And that is what is going on, how we say we use it in war, and the enemy then start to see other things. You see it because of the repeating of the sound, overpower them thoughts, overpower them vibration. So it's just that frequency them end up tapping into now, because that frequency is stronger than theirs, because it's repeated over and over. That's why music's so strong. You understand me? Yeah, bless it.
My lord, you see in Trinidad here, we didn't have no elder Rasta man. We come like we are the oldest set of Rasta man and a generation before me. So we didn't have no Nyabingi music or nothing like that in the early. The only Nyabingi me that know was Ras Michael, that album named Dadawa or something like that. So in Trinidad in the earlys is the reggae music, but the cultural reggae music. And reggae music wasn't no set underneath bad boy music, or at least it didn't used to get no air. It was just strictly conscious reggae music, culture, Bob Marley, Bonnie Wailer, you know, Burning Spear. He prayed. Yes, he prayed. So it's that what really rise the Rastafari in Trinidad and in a lot of other places. We prepare that we could accept the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward when he come in with life. So Jah use all these things to call us home, you know. So when we just lick out, me not just lick out against reggae music, me lick out against underhand lyrics. You understand? But when me listen to a man like Burning Spear, when they say he prayed, yes, he prayed, and Ethiopians slip it up, and them kind of sick music, they might add. Yeah, that was a real inspiration for we in Trinidad. Me and a brethren in on the parliament getting an argument like that. He kind of leak out how them went to meet Sizzla. And I say, but my lad, I Trinidad, you man, not true? Then I reggae music will bring with a Rastafari. We not for damn the bridge where we cross. You know that way there? Reggae music, if somebody on this music was sing about Rastafari, was sing about us. If one per week, they wouldn't have no music until they take it to the other side. As we say, as it is above, so it is below. My Lord, blessed.
Royalty.
Honorable priest.
Yes, honorable. Well, Joanna, you are the spiritual being, you know. our experience, a human experience. So when it come on to vibration now, when it come on to energy, music is one of the best expression of that energy, right? I remember say I and I build up of carbon, and the carbon come in electron, proton, and neutron. Just like how the music build up of a three part also. You see the bass, the funde, and the repeater. Well, in the world now, them that's the repeater now the top part, the top end.
Treble, the treble.
Yes, the top end, in the middle part now you have the funde and the bass. So the music really build up of those three elements to make it have that impact for you. You see what I say? Because as a musician, anything you say I go on, and you know about music, you know say this is said harder. You see it, singing have to take place. That means that the singer have to go before and the music follow. You see it all over the world. That is how music is really said. So music is a powerful thing. That's why it's not any music. You have certain music like, remember, I said them use music as a weapon, when you play it backward, most of these gospel music are them something where they put on record. If you play it backward, you can hear the subliminal message. So nice.
You're breaking up, Chris. You're breaking up.
Is very nice to us. But today is the beast.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
You change your position. Yes, Chair. Honorable Chair.
Island.
Yes, I. Yeah, man. Like we said, music is a universal language, and it has its use in every way, and it's in every format, because African drumming is different from what they call African drumming as a genre. It's different from Naya beat. See? But it also has its place and its purpose, because there are tribes that have drumming ceremonies for rain and for different aspects of their yearly evolution. See, for instance, we had met a brethren years ago in Miami there that was doing some investment in Southern Africa there, and he was into the diamond business. And he told us a story, and he was supposed to be trying to become the first